Good morning. Sorry for the delay. We are now live on YouTube.
Thank you. And we can continue on with the presentation then. Sorry for the delay, everyone.
No problem. Would you like me to start from the beginning so the whole thing is, oh, okay, great.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the IDEA Committee, my name is Joan Cohen, and I am Deputy for the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. On behalf of DPFR, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to introduce ourselves to you today. I am the primary legislative contact for the department and also the primary constituent contact while the department seeks to fill that position. We want to be a resource to you and to your constituents, so please feel free to reach out to me if you or your constituents have questions or need assistance. And if I cannot help you, I will find the subject matter expert to assist you. I would like to draw your attention to the briefing book, and I believe I'm still on screen share, is that, thank you, which we distributed to the committee in December, and note that we've updated the book, having found a few small omissions and corrections. So please be sure to use the January edition, which I'm highlighting here or circling. And I encourage you to review the book as it has quite a few resources, including links to assist you and your constituents as you move through the session. Very briefly, I'm a former state representative, and I served on the Business Research and Economic Development Committee, which was a precursor to IDEA. And one of my co-members at that time was Representative Austin. Prior to that, I was a government relations specialist where my work focused on among other things, on healthcare and licensing. For those of you new legislators, I can remember that feeling of excitement and of being completely overwhelmed. It is truly an incredible experience and an honor. And since I always appreciated it, I do want to take the moment to thank you for your service. That is not said enough. I am now going to turn this over to Commissioner Ann Head, who in addition to be commissioner of the department, also serves as the director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. When she's concluded, she will introduce Superintendent Will Lund, who is the head of the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, and finally, David Jackson, who is the executive director of the Board of Professional Engineers. We, in coordination with your analyst, Sam Seneft, have organized ourselves to speak no more than 20 minutes to allow for extensive time for Q&A afterwards. So with that, thank you very much. And I would like to turn this over to Commissioner Head, and I'm also going to stop screen sharing if I can.
Good morning. As Joan has indicated, my name is Ann Head. I serve as commissioner for the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, and with Joan's help, I am responsible for the department's legislative program, and I'm also responsible for the department's budget process and all other administrative processes. So you may be hearing from me during the budget process. We do present our budget to this committee for whatever this committee needs to do with our budget. I also serve as director of one of the 5 agencies within the department. The Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, that we refer to as OPOR, is a bit mysterious. And I want to remove some of the mystery by telling you a little bit about this office, which I believe is unique. It is comprised of 29 licensing boards and 8 licensing programs that our staff administers directly. The sole mission of OPOR and all of its licensing programs, as well as all agencies within the department, have the sole mission of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of Maine people. About half of the licensing programs in OPOR are actually healthcare related licensing programs. This, for example, physical therapy, occupational therapy, social work, counselors, psychology, those licensing programs are overseen by the Healthcare Insurance and Financial Services Committee. So we will not be presenting those legislative issues to this committee. However, the other half of the licensing programs in OPOR will be presented here. And these are non-healthcare related programs. They include accountancy, manufactured housing, funeral service practitioners, real estate brokers, appraisers, architects, electricians, plumbers, fuel technicians, just to name a few. But there are many legislative issues that come up within those licensing pools. So you'll be learning a lot about things you never thought you would need to know about. But the licensees that we deal with, you and your constituents deal with almost every week. I have the advantage of knowing my plumber who lives in my town very well, and licensees are always interested in what the legislature is thinking. So it's very important that we maintain an open communications flow with this committee so that our licensees understand what your goals and initiatives are. To make things a little more confusing, there are 6 licensing boards that are actually affiliated, but not within this department. Most of them are healthcare related, so they will be reviewed by the HCIFS committee. One of those licensing boards is the Board of Professional Engineers, and David Jackson is here with us today. He is the executive director of that program. Affiliated boards are only connected to the department through the budget process. As commissioner, I have authority to work on their budgets with them, and they do a great job. So I maintain a very healthy working relationship with affiliated boards, although they have their own independent regulatory decision-making authority through the legislature. In the limited time I have today, and I'm serious about that. I mean, there's so many things that I'd like to explain, but there just isn't time. I want to speak about the origins of state regulation of professions and occupations. When I was hired as a director many years ago of OPOR, the one question that I was asked is, why do states regulate these professions? I'll have to say, I had no idea. I mean, I was an attorney and I had never thought about it. But actually, it's very important. The US Constitution states that the promotion of public welfare is the responsibility of each state. So the sole reason for regulating professions at the state level is to protect state citizens from harm. Through the legislature, the state carries out this responsibility, and by enacting laws to create licensing boards, certain groups of experienced practitioners who understand a profession, coupled with public members who represent not only the public, but they are engaged in reviewing and making decisions in the public interest, not in the interest of the profession, but in the interest of the public at large. That's a tough job to do. And until a board member is involved in a complaint matter, they may not understand how critical their views are So I want to thank all of our board members, and you may see them in front of you, depending on the legislative issue that comes up. So that's how we come to regulate professions and occupations. That state-issued license creates a property right in the licensee. That is the basis for one of the most important functions of a licensing board, and that is to handle consumer complaints filed against a licensee for, in the complainant's mind, harm that has been, the harm that has been, in their minds, very serious at the hands of a licensee. So we have established a complaint process that's based in due process. And here's the problem. We have a complainant who has a case to make against a licensee. That's very important to the complainant. It's also important to the licensee because there's a property right there, and due process has to be given to the licensee that holds that license. And sometimes it's difficult to explain to a complainant that they're not part of the complaint. Even though they gave it to us, then the state takes it and processes it. So that's a little glimpse into our complaint process. I won't go into the number of complaints each year. Let me just say that most of them, many of them, are resolved informally, and that means that there is an agreement between the licensee, the board chair, and the AG's office. There's an assistant attorney general assigned to each licensing board, so they have legal counsel. That consent agreement resolves the case, but not all of them. So we do have a very robust complaint process. My final comment is really about funding. All licensing boards in OPOR, as well as all of the agencies within the department, are funded through dedicated revenue. For those of you who may be new at this, dedicated revenue simply means that we are not part of the general fund appropriation process. All of our operating revenue comes from license fees paid by licensees. So the legislature sets a fee cap for each profession, each licensing statute, and then fees are set below that cap based on a number of licensees in that program and the robustness of the regulatory program. I do recommend that you look at our briefing book. There's so much information in there that we can't possibly give you all in one dose, and nor do we want to. I mean, it's really a learning process for all of us. There is contact information. As Joan said, we serve as representatives of the department. We serve as resources, information resources to you and your constituents. We are not lobbyists. So we want to ensure that you have all the information you need to make decisions about legislative issues. So with that, I'll conclude and turn this over to my colleague, Will Lund. He is the head of one agency that comes before this committee. And I just want to tell you that he is full of information. You can call him anytime and he will take an issue and resolve it with you. It doesn't matter what it is. So Will, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members of the committee, my name is Will Lund. I have had the privilege of serving as superintendent of the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection for a number of years and under a number of different administrations. Ordinarily, our most common appearances are before the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. because we deal generally with mortgages, debt collection, credit reporting, other areas of consumer credit. So it's always a pleasure to come before your committee, because what it means is that there's an unusual issue that has arisen that is perhaps covered by us or on the peripheries of what we do, and it always makes for an interesting time. In past years, those have included issues such as payroll processing, data breaches, credit report file freezes, and my favorite of all time, which is self-service storage facilities. Representative Austin may remember the kerfuffle that erupted when a situation arose in which various professionals, lawyers and accountants, were storing their records in these storage facilities and then not making payments when they were due. The facilities responded by unlocking the facilities, unlocking the locked doors, dumping all the records into unsecured dumpsters where the winds were blowing tax returns and legal files all around. And so clearly something had to be done. I was called over to your committee and came up with what I thought was a very reasonable, modest proposal involving registration of these facilities, since we had no idea, for example, how many there were or who owned them or what rules, if any, applied. For a quiet industry, this industry came alive, and I'll spare you the details. It may be that Representative Austin remembers I entered a crowded hearing room full of opponents to my modest proposal, and they had bumper stickers, anti-Will Lund bumper stickers prepared for the hearing. And so that I'm very proud of that moment in my years of regulation here. So generally, I want to reiterate what Joan Cohen said initially, and that is, let us know, let her know, or let us know directly if you have constituent issues, if you have family issues that relate to the areas we deal with, because not only do we have expertise in our own area, but also we work every day, for example, with the Attorney General's office, with the Bureau of Insurance, with the Bureau of Financial Institutions, with the Office of Securities. So not only if we can't help you, we know the right recipient of that referral. Even some are required to go down to the federal agencies, and we have open pipelines with them. So we're looking forward now to, obviously, there's a flurry of bills coming through the hopper. I may well, or we may well be there before your committee. Our eyes equally are on Washington, D.C. These days. Two of our areas we deal with, student loan. We are the nominal student loan ombudsman for the state of Maine. So we are sort of preparing for that. That program is just about a year old now. And we deal with foreclosures. We run the state foreclosure prevention referral intake hotline and have counselors around the state that are under contract with us to help those consumers. But as you know, so that those activities have been affected by the various moratoria, both in terms of foreclosures, at least of federally owned mortgages, and in the student loan arena for federally related student loans. Among the first acts of our new president yesterday, I think, were to sign executive orders impacting both of those, basically, as far as I can tell now, and I haven't seen the exact wording, continuing the moratoria that have been in place, again, at least as relates to federally related mortgages and federally related student loans. Foreclosures may be pushed ahead to March. Student loans may be pushed all the way into the fall. As you may remember, our new president campaigned on a concept of forgiveness of some student loan. I think he set the amount of $10,000. Whether he can do that himself, whether that requires the Department of Education's involvement, we will see. Also, of course, conservatives are saying, what's this going to cost and who's going to pay for it? Progressives are saying, why stop at 10,000? Let's forgive all the funds out there. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens at the federal level and how that impacts our programs here. The second issue we're watching closely in Washington is the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. With the exception of the fact that they regulate banks and credit unions and we don't, almost every other area of regulation of the CFPB mirrors or parallels our jurisdiction here in Maine, including payday loans and foreclosure activity and debt collection and repossession and credit reporting. We actually do 2 reports annually or biannually to the CFPB, reporting on how we are enforcing federal laws here in the state of Maine. And as you may know, after 4 years of basically having their wings clipped, the CFPB now will be led apparently by a fellow named Rohit Chopra, who was a deputy, I think, under the initial CFPB with Richard Cordray, specializing in student loans, then went to the Federal Trade Commission and now is being called back to head up the CFPB. So that'll all be very interesting. A lot of the activism here in Maine, consumer activism over the past 20 years, has been because the federal government hasn't done what they should have done. That changed briefly under the initial CFPB. We had the benefit of being able to sit back and see what rules are going to be made at the federal level. That changed again under the last administration, and now we'll have to see how the re-standing up, as they say, of the CFPB impacts consumer laws here in the state of Maine. So I'm looking forward to appearing before your committee. As a former practicing attorney, I also have an interest in how laws are made, not only whether they will meet the expectations of the sponsors, but also whether there are unintended consequences. And we don't mind being called over to provide a consumer perspective on an issue if the committees feel that the consumer perspective is not being presented or well represented. So I appreciate the chance to talk with you today, and I'll be looking forward to visiting during the session.
Thank you very much, all 3 of you, for coming to present today. If I could just have Senator Lucchini introduce himself and then open up to questions for the department from the committee members using your raise hand function, and you will be called on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate.
And questions from the committee. Seeing none. Okay, well, again, thank you very much for coming and presenting today, and I'm sure that you will be a great resource for our committee going forward. And we will make sure that we're looking at the update. Oh, Senator Searway, did you have a?
Yeah.
You're muted. There you go.
Okay. Well, I just have a question about, I have a constituent that's had a hardship from CMP, basically. It's a farmer. And I'm just trying to find who to contact in a hardship. Part of it's from the COVID, part of it's how the meter system's been working for CMP and is putting them in a hardship situation. And didn't know if you know who I should contact on the financial end to help them through it.
I can respond in part, Senator Searway. The Public Utilities Commission has a consumer assistance office that has been very well stocked over the years with strong consumer advocates. So I would start, or have the constituents start, by contacting the Consumer Assistance Division of the Public Utilities Commission. They have a history of advocating strongly for customers.
Yeah, I've already done that. And it seems, and I've been working with, I think it was Barry Hobbins, right? I contacted him, and but it just seems like that is we just don't have an avenue for them. It just seems like they're in a standstill on helping them financially on this. I've been working on the meter problem. We have gained ground on that with CMP, but it's not on the financial end.
Okay, it looks like we have Representative Guy Garrett next. Just as a reminder, as far as raising your hand, you're either going to find that under your participants tab on the bottom of your Zoom screen, or if you have the newer version of Zoom, on your reactions little button there, you'll have a raise hand. So sorry for not giving that reminder at the beginning. But Representative Geiger, you had a question.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Lund. Just curious about, did I understand it properly when you described your work with student loans, that if there was a national program change or a loan forgiveness, it is through your department that will take place for Maine students?
Changes at the federal level, including moratoria or the stopping of moratoria, simply has a dramatic impact on the advice we provide and the assistance we can provide to consumers. So Maine, under the Student Loan Bill of Rights, our office licenses student loan servicers and has some regulatory leverage over them in that way. My point is only that the tail is wagging the dog here a little bit, because what happens at the federal level has a dramatic impact on the right answer that we are expected to give to consumers here in terms of what ramifications they are facing. And frankly, student loans are very, very complicated. The issue of income-driven repayment plans and the issue of public service loan forgiveness. We are attending as many meetings as we can virtually with other ombudsmen around the country, with federal regulators, and trying to learn all we can in order to fulfill our responsibilities under that new statute.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Curry.
Hello, and thank you very much for coming today. This has been very educational. I do have a question related to, in the kind of, I guess it's more philosophic, not specific to any one licensed area. How are you seeing licensing bodies deal with the opioid crisis and where people may have gotten into trouble based on an addiction, and then how are they, and processes for getting back into where they might have lost a license, or a process for them getting back? Are there any models out there where you've seen licensees that are impacted by addiction and then being able to come back under some conditions?
Senator, I'll take that question, at least from the licensing perspective. In Maine, there is no bar to licensure for any criminal activity. That information about a conviction may be considered by a licensing board when an application comes in, but it's not the sole item or element that licensing boards look at. In many cases, the conviction is many years old, and we comply with Chapter 341 of Title V in determining what kind of information licensing boards can consider. So unlike many other states, the absence of a bar to licensure puts us pretty far ahead in terms of of allowing people to go through the criminal process, come out, do whatever they need to do in the court system, and they can come to us, explain in an application format what they've been dealing with. And my sense is that every licensing board has done an excellent job of allowing people to show that they've been rehabilitated. And I think more than probably other states, we're much more flexible in issuing a license after someone has come through the criminal justice setting. In terms of the opioid crisis, I will have to say that we do have those people coming to us. We do look at their record to see what they've been doing in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of treatment programs. Those kinds of information are not held against anyone. They are viewed as this applicant's determination to get back into the workforce, and we welcome those applicants. So I guess the bottom line is there is no bar to licensure in Maine, and we take that pretty seriously. I know that there is a special opioid task force that the governor's office has established, and it is substantial. And we hear from Gordon Smith in many of our board meetings to discuss the seriousness of the problem in Maine. And he has asked our boards on the healthcare side, as well as me personally as the department commissioner, to work with him and his programs to make sure that we've done a good job of welcoming those recovered folks back into the workforce. I don't know if Joan has anything more to add there. Thanks for the question, though. It's really good, a good question.
Thank you. And do you have any other questions from committee members? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to our next presenter, which is Jason Judd, the Executive Director of Maine Spark. Mr. Judd, will you be screen sharing with us today?
I will, yes.
Okay. Feel free to go, jump right in.
Great. Can you see the slides okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. I'm Jason Judd. I'm actually the Executive Director of Educate Maine, but I'm an active member of the Maine Spark Coalition. So this morning I'm going to talk about both the work we do at Educate Maine as well as the work we do with Maine Spark. And I know your committee has heard from several of the Maine Spark members, including Ben Gilman just the other day. So I've really kind of tried to target my presentation on kind of additional details that you haven't already heard about the coalition to kind of deepen your understanding of the work that we do. So excited to be with you here today. Wanted to start off, and really what I'm going to do is give you maybe a 10-minute presentation or so, maybe 15 minutes, and then have some time for questions. So I'll kind of go through the slides, and we can save some questions until the end. And Educate Maine is what we are, is a business-led education advocacy organization. And we're really all about championing career readiness and increasing education attainment of Maine people. We're that bridge between the education community and the business community. And we believe that education is really the foundation for economic development specifically. So a lot of our work really focuses on making sure our young people and our adults are ready for the workforce, they're ready for post-secondary education, and they're ready to thrive here in our economy and our state. So we run 4 different programs at Educate Maine, and I thought it was important just to spend a minute or two on these because each one's a little bit different, but each one contributes to workforce development in really positive ways that I think would be helpful for you to learn more about as a committee. We run a program called Project Login, which is about building the tech workforce. We know that our young people and all of our adults need tech skills, whether those are computer science skills, whether those are digital literacy skills. We know that the future jobs here in Maine are going to require additional tech skills to be successful. So we run a program called Project Login, which is about training teachers to teach computer science, working with employers with tech openings, and placing students in high quality internships, apprenticeships, and related experiential opportunities so that young people as well as adults get exposure to these tech occupations to be ready for full-time opportunities here in our state. So that's Project Login. You'll hear a bit more about that, I'm sure, throughout the session. We also administer a program called Focus Maine Intern Experience, which is a partnership program that we run for Focus Maine, and it's really focused on convincing the people of Maine, especially young people, to consider Maine to begin their career destination. So what we do is we work with Maine employers who are offering internships, apprenticeships, and other experiential opportunities, and we bring those students together during the summer months and offer them professional development experiences. We offer them social experiences, recreational experiences, and we really try to convince them over their 3 or 4 month internship with Maine employers that Maine is a place that they should consider to start their professional careers. So we do a lot of work making sure that they understand the robust opportunities here in our state and understand that there's a lot of young people looking at very similar opportunities that would create a really positive network for them as they begin their careers after either graduating college, finishing a certificate, or potentially transitioning industries. So that's our Focus Maine intern experience. And we've seen some great rewards from that program over the last couple of years and really high placement rates of students who intern in Maine and then take on full-time opportunities with the Maine employers that they interned with. We administer the Maine Teacher of the Year program, which is a program of the Maine Department of Education. And we've been a partner and expanded the program to include County Teachers of the Year over the last quite a few years now. And Dolly Sullivan, my colleague, would really encourage me to mention that the Maine Teacher of the Year nomination process is open now. So you folks as legislators, as parents, as community members, if there's a teacher that is doing great work in your community, in your life that you'd like to nominate, you can do that through the Educate Maine website, the Maine Teacher of the Year website, as well as links through the Maine Department of Education. And that's really a program focused on celebrating teachers, but also really helping teachers develop their voices and be strong leaders. And that program is very much tied to employers recognizing the value of teaching in Maine and supporting those teachers in a cohort experience throughout the year. And our last program is Education Leaders Experience. And again, that's a partnership program with UNUM, Thomas College, and the Maine Principals Association. And that program is about bringing educators together for a year-long experience to learn about different career industries in the state so that they can mentor and support students in their districts to pursue a variety of different pathways. So if you're, let's say, a student who, maybe you're a teacher that is an English teacher, you might not know about the emerging industries happening in Maine, in aquaculture, in forestry, in agriculture, et cetera. So our program actually brings those educators to different locations in the state to meet with employers, to teach them about different industries, to make sure that they're being strong mentors for their students and really making sure that students understand the value of post-secondary ed, whether it's short-term training, 4-year degrees, 2-year degrees, et cetera. So those 4 programs really anchor the work that we do at Educate Maine. We're, as I mentioned, a business-led organization with 2/3 of our board members being business leaders and 1/3 being educators. So what we do is bring those groups together to support one another and support, certainly the students of Maine. So I wanted to point you to a couple of resources which I think your committee will really appreciate over the course of this session. One is that we do a lot of work with research and advocacy as an organization, and we publish the Education Indicators Report every year, typically in the fall. We've transitioned this report to an online website that really looks at 10 indicators regarding education and workforce from early childhood through adulthood. And every year we kind of take some complicated data, make it much easier to understand and take a look at on how we're doing with everything from post-secondary enrollment, high school graduation, to 4th grade achievement in math and reading, et cetera. And we've worked really hard to disaggregate that data to hear more and to show more about where our disparities are when it comes to gender, race, economic status, English language learner status. So this might be a tool that you would use throughout the session as you talk about some of the workforce development priorities and which particular people of Maine are thriving and which ones are struggling in different areas of the education pipeline, because it does look very closely at credentials of value as well. So I wanted to share that resource, which is available on our website. And this just gives you a glimpse, and this is the type of thing that you'll see on the website with the indicators, is tracking of where we started with a particular indicator. So this is public pre-K. Back in 2013, when we started this particular indicator or publishing results from this indicator, we were at 49% of districts having public pre-K. We've moved to 77% last year in 2019. And obviously the goal in terms of the work we do at Educate Maine and many of the things that we value as important is getting to 100% of public pre-K districts offerings for the state. And this just gives you a sampling of, we do this for each one of the indicators. So it's pretty easy data to use as you're talking to committee members, talking about different bills, to take a look at how we're doing in these different areas that might have a direct connection to workforce development. We also published a variety of other policy publications. And I think many of you are familiar with some of the work of the Maine Development Foundation and really kind of setting the stage for the understanding the state budget. We have a related publication that really looks at education funding specifically, and it really tracks education investment from the state over time. And we recently updated this publication to include a number of the changes made over the last couple of years. So this is available on our website. It gives you a good understanding of how different parts of education, including higher education, early childhood, adult ed, et cetera, is funded through state dollars and other investments specifically. So wanted to point you in that resource as well, which is available on our website, which might be useful for many of the conversations you have as a group this session. So you've talked a little bit as a committee about Maine Spark, which is our state attainment coalition. You heard from Ben Gilman. You've heard a couple of other members, and you'll hear from some more in the next couple of days. My colleague Nate Wilds will be speaking in just a few minutes about workforce attraction. So I'll let him really emphasize the work happening there with Maine Spark. And Ben touched on a number of the highlights, and you heard from him. We were hearing from both our employer colleagues, our higher ed colleagues, our K-12 colleagues about a number of concerning ideas and metrics back in 2015, which was the shortage of skilled workers, some misalignment between education providers and the workforce, a need for some higher wages, and then certainly the shortage of overall workers at a variety of different levels, as Ben talked about. So Educate Maine is one of the founding members of Maine Spark, and I wanted to give you a chance to learn about Educate Maine, which I did in the first set of slides. These next couple will be about Maine Spark specifically, and we're one of the core team members, as I said, with the State Chamber and Live and Work in Maine and a number of others. So this was the 10-year commitment, the 60% by 2025 goal. We know that according to the Department of Labor and many of our economists, we know that the jobs here in Maine by 2025 will need training beyond a high school diploma. And we know that we need to have a lot more students as well as adults make sure they understand the value of continuing their training pathway after completing their high school diploma, whether that's a 4-year program, a 2-year, or a shorter credential as well. So this coalition came together, really focused on, okay, how do we increase education attainment in the state for all of our learners, and really make sure that the skills of our workers match the skill that we need from employers, right? Like that equal, when that's equal, that means the economy's thriving, employers are happy, they're able to hire the folks that they need, and employees and workers are happy because they have high quality jobs here in the state specifically. So Ben touched on the different credentials of value. I think I included this slide because I think it just visually shows the different range of credentials of value that are important to this coalition and important to our work in terms of workforce development. So it's everything from industry-led short-term credentials that are happening right at employers. You know, think of Maine Health and Chimbro and others that are doing training right at their institutions, to things that are offered by the educational institutions, and things that are certainly part of the traditional system in terms of four-year degrees specifically. So we've split up this work, and I wanted to dive into this just a little bit more to build on some of Ben's comments. We split up this work thinking about how do we get to the 60% by 2025 goal as a state, as a group of nonprofits, educational institutions, government, et cetera. How do we get there? And what we did is we looked at kind of the short-term view, and short-term in this sense is 10 years, as well as a longer-term view. And we know that we have to upskill a lot more adults, attract more people to our state, keep people longer in the workforce, as well as make sure that young people that are coming out of high school actually go into short-term and long-term credential pathways and then get that credential at the end, that they persist through the sequence. But in order to do those pieces, we have to make sure that folks start strong. And what I mean by that is high quality early childhood education and access, so that they start the education sequence on par with their peers from day one. So we organize the people as part of Maine Spark in these different strategic tracks where we each contribute. Like, so for Educate Maine, we're really involved with Future Success, which is that middle school to age 25 category, as well as Adult Promise. Whereas Nate Wilds in a few minutes will talk about all the work he's doing in New Opportunities specifically. So this is just the way to show how we organize to really bring everybody to the table to support education and workforce. I wanted to remind new folks to this committee or new folks to the legislature this session that this work is really connected to the work you folks have done with both this committee as well as the Education Committee. That back in 2017, LD 1638 really captured this state attainment goal and became law in 2017. And what that did was it said, we support this goal. It's in statute, and it requires annual reporting to both the IDEA Committee as well as the Education Cultural Affairs Committee on how we've been making progress toward this particular goal. And that makes us different than a lot of states across the country that maybe are doing this work separate from government. We were one of the first states to say, no, this is going to be part of statute. We're going to fully support it from the legislature and the governor's office moving forward. So here's just a couple of successes. I won't read these to you, but because of the way we've organized as a coalition and continue to bring more people interested in this work, it's brought a lot of successes here to Maine and a lot of funding resources to Maine to support our learners, as well as expand a lot of great programs. So it's supported a very large grant from the Lumina Foundation for All Learning Counts to look at what credential pathways look like in Maine and how to make sure that they're stackable. It's supported an increase in a scholarship specifically for adult students. It's expanded career and technical education, and it's really put Maine on the map nationally in terms of education institutions and employers and government kind of all working together to solve these community challenges specifically. We don't brag enough as a state, but when I travel nationally and hear and they highlight different states' efforts, Maine is often one of the ones that national partners choose to talk about when it comes to credentials of value and our progress as a state specifically. So this is our growth since 2008. In terms of overall credentials of value, and you'll see that we're at 50.5% now, trying to get to 60% in 2025 specifically. So we've got some really important work to do over the next couple of years in partnership with you and other legislators across a variety of different committees in order to get there. These are a couple of our policy areas where we might interact in different ways with this committee. We know that great policy can certainly speed up activity and help us get to our goal specifically. Here are some areas that the coalition members really have strong agreement on that are so connected to increasing the number of adults with credentials. Certainly, we're very involved with the broadband expansion efforts with the Maine Broadband Coalition. We see the connection. For adult learners to be able to thrive, we know that they have to have affordable, accessible childcare. We know that credentialing is a huge part. We've got to make it easier for folks to credential in certain occupations and transfer those credentials specifically. And we know that Maine has to be a career as well as education destination for our state. So here are some areas that might be areas we might collaborate on, ones that might fit your committee in some way, or we could offer expertise in specifically. This is some of our work moving forward, and it's really tied to the 10-year economic strategy. We were very active in helping to write the initial economic strategy, also participate in the ERC committee process, and then a variety of Maine Spark members are on the working groups of the implementation of the 10-year economic strategy. So much of that work ties to increasing education attainment and connecting people with high quality jobs in a variety of industries. So the alignment is very, very, very close. And so much of those documents relate to how do we upskill and support adults specifically, not just traditionally aged college students, but adults going back to school, finishing their degrees, finishing certifications, et cetera. So I want to end the slide piece just with my content information. I have a colleague, Catherine Johnston, who also does some advocacy work with us that might be working with this committee briefly, as well as I wanted to offer a few of the web links specifically to some of the reports that might be useful to your committee as you discuss some of these important topics. So with that, I'll turn it over, I think, to Representative Roberts for any questions as I finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Judd. If you can, there we go, you're out of screen share. We have a couple questions already. I just have one to start out with. I'm interested in the Focus Maine internship program. I had not heard of that, and I'm wondering how that is implemented. Are you just focusing on Maine college students, or is there outreach outside of the state? And if so, what does that look like?
Yeah, thanks very much for asking. It's a program that's pretty new, but we're really excited about. And obviously, you can imagine that COVID made it a virtual program this past summer, just like many of the internships were. So the program is sort of 60% or so Maine students that are part of it, and then 40% of students that might go to college in Maine but be out-of-state residents or come to Maine specifically for an internship. So what the model is we actually recruit to the employer, and the employer are the members. And then those employers sign up all of their interns that are part of that company. That includes, the public policy students that you folks might have seen, that are really tied to state and local government. That includes places like Maine Health or WEX or IDEX and sort of all of the interns that they have, as well as really small companies. So if there is interest, we start with employer connections first. They provide us access to any of the interns that they are hiring, and then we offer programming for free for all of those interns throughout the summer, both virtually as well as in person, in Portland, Bangor, the Mid-Coast, and I think Northern Maine starting this summer.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Austin. You're on mute, Representative. There you go.
Thank you, Representative. Jason, this is I love your presentation. To further the conversation that the representative just started with you on the internships, is there a spot, compilation, I can't say it, but you know what I mean, a grouping of the internships that are available at this time for, like, I get questions about internships a lot, and there are a few that I do know of, and I try to channel the students to those areas, but is there a listing of those availabilities?
You ask a great question, and it's a wonderful thing also that my partner, Nate Wiles from Live and Work in Maine will be talking more about what because they're a partner in that program as well, and we work collaboratively with them. And much of what they do is post the internship opportunities, as well as help match students that are in the internships and kind of wanting to stay in Maine and looking for full-time opportunity with jobs specifically. So their website is a great place to look for those opportunities. And then what we do through all of our social media with Focus Maine Intern Experience is we will highlight any employer that posts their internship opportunities like a Unum or a WEX or others to draw, to really highlight, to try to get more Maine students to apply for those specifically. So those are a couple of places to start.
Now, you said something else that made me wonder if we knew of a company that was interested, we could channel them toward you to encourage some sort of program for the summer or whatever for our students, because I can think of places that would be wonderful. For instance, through this committee, BioMaine, I believe, I'm sort of cross-referencing too, because BioMaine comes out to the high schools and does some really good programming, which I assume in turn, that's just one more piece of connectivity, but can you address
Definitely.
any of that?
Certainly. Feel free to have them reach out to me. Thanks to the support of Focus Maine through the Harold Alfond Foundation, the program is free for both students as well as employers, so anyone can access it. So feel free to introduce them to me, and we can get them on board pretty easily. The Bio Association of Maine is one of the partners in the program specifically. So we actually work closely. Our staff member for that program is actually on her education committee for the association, because there's a lot of interest in internships specifically in that industry. So luckily in Maine, I think we all know each other well.
We have a good, small town connectivity. Just one more thing, and I'll let others speak. I really love, and this is the first time I've seen this phrase, so I hope I've not had my head in a bag somewhere, but it's Maine career destination. Because I think many of us have tried to think of, like returnees. I mean, there's been a whole bunch of phrases people have tried to come up with, but this kind of gets even in front of that and just says Maine career destinations. I love it. It's perfect.
Yeah, I think that's language that is actually in the 10-year economic strategy, or it's at least alluded to in a couple of the documents that have been put out by DECD. And it really resonates. I think obviously all of us want Maine to be a destination for people to build and grow their careers. We also want it to be a destination for them to prioritize their education, whether they're adult or traditionally aged students.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, Representative Collmore. You're on mute still, Representative.
Too many mute buttons. Sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. One question is, just so that you know, my first degree is in early childhood education. So to hear you talk about the importance of that as a foundational skill makes me very, very happy. So I'm curious on what your plan is to incorporate those important ECE programs to meet those goals in the long term. Is that running at the same time as your short-term goals? And how are you interacting with those early childhood education educators to promote those goals?
Great, thank you. Early childhood education is a huge part of the work we do at Educate Maine, as well as in the Maine Spark Coalition broadly, that we put it at the same level as the other areas. So we have a strategic track focused on strong foundations for birth through 5. That's just as active as the 3 other tracks that are looking more at the short-term pieces. One of the things that we have learned, and this is a positive part of COVID-19, right, is that there's a much more dialogue from employers and the general public about the importance of high quality childcare and effective workers and the ability to drive the economy, which we were not seeing as much, a year or 2 ago. So for Maine Spark, it's really helped us prioritize some significant policy goals for early childhood around access and expansion that you'll be seeing this session, and you'll see our members actively supporting a number of those bills to expand slots, as well as increase wages and really look at what's happening in rural counties and in family childcare centers in addition to only the larger centers specifically. So there's a policy agenda there. We also have, we're very active in the Right from the Start Coalition, which is a coalition of early childhood advocates that's doing statewide work that includes a lot of practitioners specifically. And then Educate Maine has recently taken over the Maine Early Learning Investment Group, or MELIG, which has been the group that's helped fund the Elevate Maine project, specifically in Somerset County in the Skowhegan area specifically, and looking at ways that we can expand that model of high quality kind of wraparound services, rate all connected to early childhood, specifically in other counties throughout the state. So we're touching in a lot of different ways with practitioners, policymakers, as well as nonprofits that represent each one of those groups. It's core to everything that we do. Adults can't succeed in school if they have young children, if they don't have early access to affordable childcare specifically. So I'm glad you raised it. And I have to say, I worked at MCI for a number of years, so it's interesting having my old office kind of in the background of your photo specifically. I love the bell tower photo. So
I thought you looked awfully familiar. I live right down the road from the high school. I get to see it every day. My next question is, having gone to MCI and graduated from there, one of the programs that was really sad to see go, and I thought kind of lost some of that direct line on the hands-on learning that could bring students into a much needed workforce of contractors, is losing the industrial arts program. And is there talks and conversations about bringing those programs back to the high schools? Though I love our new math and science building, it was sad to see the industrial arts building removed in order to put that in.
We are seeing a lot of energy there, both from the CTE community, so the career and technical education folks, as well as high school principals and local superintendents, wanting to make sure that there's a variety of pathways, whether they be, industrial arts programs, sort of one class or a couple of classes at the high school, or if they're full programs that are connected to CTE centers but might happen to be at a high school, kind of satellite programs, if you will, of the CTE programs and centers specifically. So we're seeing some good energy there. And we're also seeing a number of innovative projects around what would a 4-year CTE school look like, which is a model that some other states have. What does CTE look like for 9th graders specifically, which has been a passion area for the State Board of Education and their CTE committee, how to do programming in 9th and 10th grade, specifically with some existing funding from the Department of Education, as well as through Perkins funding, to make sure that students don't have that gap in 9th and 10th grade when industrial arts is so important and hands-on learning is so important specifically. So we're seeing some good energy there. And what we learned from Maine Spark is that we've got to keep supporting multiple pathways for students that have hands-on instruction at the core. And we've got to figure out the barriers to them happening at the high school versus a CTE center that might be 45 minutes away by bus specifically. So it comes up in a lot of conversations, and we're pretty active with the Melmac Education Foundation that funds a lot of CTE work in support of industrial arts, as well as the State Board of Education and Dwight Littlefield at the department. So it's very connected. We hear it from employers constantly on wanting to expand opportunities in the trades, whether they be full-time like traditional CTE programs or whether they be stackable courses that students can take throughout their 9 through 12 experience.
I really like to hear that because my son was interested in doing a CTE program, but it conflicted with his love for the arts, and he wouldn't be able to be in band and take those kind of programs. And I think that conflicting thing I like the idea of the satellite courses to help battle that. And then my last question is, you had talked about the intern program being for college students. I wonder, is there an idea to expand that to high school students so that they can decide where they want to go in their 2 to 4 year post-high school education? That's
a great question, and one that was certainly talked about in the economic development strategy specifically. Many of you folks might remember, there's a goal in there to make sure every student has an internship in Maine, kind of toward the end of their high school experience to when they start college. We would love to expand the program over time. We see great value in high school internships and other high school programs that get students outside of the classroom and working with employers specifically. We are actually going through some expansion for this summer with our program where it's not only going from internships, but we're going to be starting to include formal apprenticeship opportunities as well as co-op experiences. So really trying to expand just college level interns, but instead think about getting more adults into the program, getting more community college students into the program, and getting more formal apprenticeship students into the program, because they're just as valuable and need to be just as supported as a four-year student who happens to do an internship in their junior year of college specifically. So we're open to that. We are working with Commissioner Johnson and the rollout of the 10-year economic strategy, or the implementation of it, I should say. And that's a huge part of it, is how do we get more of those experiences into high schools as opposed to only in colleges, which has been the traditional model.
Great, thank you so much.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Judd. That's a great presentation. I have a question, a pretty specific one. I know too many young people who got partway through college and for various reasons did not complete their degree. They were too far away from home. So when they got into trouble, they couldn't manage it. So a number of the young people I know are sort of frozen. They have large student loans. They didn't complete their degree. And they are, because they're not in any kind of educational program now, they are unaware of any of these programs that are actively looking for them to help them finish a degree. Where do they start? What do they do?
Thanks. And I just want to affirm that we hear that often as well. And that's the exact population that we need to reach to finish their certificates, their credentials, or their degrees. And we've got to do it together in a variety of different strategies. One place that they can start is MaineSpark does have a website, mainspark.me. And there's a portal right on the MaineSpark website where any learner who's interested in pursuing education can reach out and fill out a quick form, and they get matched with a navigator specifically. So I think a number of our higher ed partners, as well as I think Yellow Breen is presenting to this group, and he'll talk, I'm sure, about a lot of the adult learner specifics, but they can reach out on our website, be completely matched with an advisor that has experience advising folks with financial aid, with which institution might be the right fit for them, which short-term credential might be the right fit for them. That's what they're trained to do. So MaineSpark has set up this network of folks across the state that are willing to help out, regardless of the institution where they work, to be able to match that student with the skills and the resources that they need specifically. So that might be a good starting point, because what we do is we try to be that connector, but then empower people in the field that are doing the work, because that's oftentimes all it takes is just an awareness of how do I get to the resource and who helps me get to the resource.
And how do we somehow expand the knowledge that you're out there and have this to offer?
Yeah, what we've been trying to do, and you've been hearing, I'm sure you've been seeing a lot of the campaigns by different educational institutions on the TV, the radio, et cetera. Obviously, there's a crisis right now of people not wanting to pursue education because of COVID barriers, and our higher education institutions are trying to help work through that and help. And what MaineSpark's trying to do is to try to organize those higher ed institutions, which we do, to be collaborative with their campaigns, so that it's not just about one institution, but instead it's sort of a no wrong door. You know, if someone wants to go back to school, then we find the right fit for them, and we support them regardless of if they're interested in something shorter or longer specifically.
Thank you. I will definitely be passing this on. The only thing I'll say is that millennials don't listen to the radio and they don't watch TV. So some way to get it onto social media will reach that population.
Definitely. We have quite a social media presence too, and Instagram story, all the things. But I definitely hear you.
Thank you so very much. This is such a great program, and congratulations to those representatives and senators before me who passed this bill in 2017.
Yeah. Representative Geiger, I wanted to jump in to a part of that answer because I also see the response at the university side. They have stood up a pretty major marketing from the University of Maine system in partnership with the community college system to have these navigators. And their website is maine.edu/learn. And the campaign is "It's never too late to start your dream." And it's return to college or finish your degree. There's a marketing, I think those numbers kind of vary exactly how many students are out there with some college but no degree. I'm hearing I'm going to ask Mr. Judd there, like 120,000 to 150. Is it something in that range?
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my understanding is that there's a big commitment not to be turf focused, to start from where the student is, to be institutionally neutral. And then why the system is taking it on, but then also referring people very quickly out to whatever the right program is after some assessment. So I think there's a lot of effort on this front. It is having the last 8 years worked with adult students who are trying to go back to school. It is navigating all the life responsibilities, and doing this is big work for the person to do. So I have a question for you, Mr. Judd, and a compliment. So on those slides you put up early on around Teacher of the Year and the ELE program, I always forget what ELE stands for. Can you say that again?
Sure. Education Leaders Experience.
Yeah, Education Leaders Experience. So my household has benefited by both the Teacher of the Year program, where my wife was the Waldo County Teacher of the Year. And I really wanted to compliment that program. One, it was a wonderful award and recognition, but also the cohort model that they bring together, just some amazing educators together, and it builds them up and they bring things to their school. It's just really an outstanding program. From what could be just a kind of straight off award has really built itself into a wonderful, or you've created it and into just a great cohort and professional development model and modeling for other educators. It's just really outstanding. And then my wife did have the pleasure a couple years ago participating in the Educator Leaders Experience. And oh my gosh, that is amazing. And she would come back from once a month, going to a county to see the economic drivers of that county, with the goal of sharing, sharing that to her students about how are people making money here in Maine? How are they making a living here in Maine? What are the amazing jobs? We talk so often about the disconnect between what students are pursuing and what jobs we have here, and we get so frustrated with that. I just can't speak high enough about how strong that program was, and how much she was able to incorporate that and deliver that to her students about, hey, you could, all the different jobs, whether it was Procter & Gamble, there were a lot of manufacturing jobs. Pratt Whitney was on her list. And then the craft breweries were they toured those. It was just a really powerful experience. And the more educators that we can have having that experience, I think it could really help our educators stay up to date with what the jobs are right now and communicate those and excite the students. Because I think that's a lot of it, is we have to excite the students to want to do that, to see that would be an exciting thing to do. So I just want to compliment you on that. And my question, that was a very long route. Can you speak to who are the big funders in all of these efforts? Where is this money coming from, and to support this? Can you name the top 5 or so?
Sure. We've had a lot of really supportive partners since we officially launched in 2016. Both the Maine Philanthropy Community, the Maine Community Foundation, specifically the Lerner Foundation, the Melmac Education Foundation, Nationally, the Lumina Foundation, which does a lot of this work nationally, have all been great funders. And we've had support from the business community as well. So Avangrid supported adult learners specifically just recently. And then in addition to the financial support we've received, all of, Ben talked about, we don't have staff. Basically, we lend our staff's time for this coalition because we believe in the work. And that's our model. And that keeps us really lean and not needing a lot of financial resources for staffing, so that we can put all the financial resources into supporting adult learners, doing communications, getting the word out, that type of thing, as opposed to administration or other areas. So we've had a lot of good support. I will say that we need more support moving forward to keep this working and thriving to get to our goal for 2025 specifically, but really, really helpful. I'm really excited about the number of organizations and the Maine philanthropy community and Maine employers who've said, this is important. We're going to support you, and we're going to lend staff members, board members, our networks to work on this goal specifically. So in addition to the donations, if you will, it's been a lot of gift in kind support over the last 5 years.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Representative Austin, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Jason, one thing that just came to mind, and this is what I think I have struggled with during some of my years of serving, is getting the good news out there. You mentioned that when you have interaction with other national players, that we are held in a high standard. And I just wonder, I guess I'm going to start with you. If something like that is shared with you as time goes on, is that something you think you could somehow get to, say, our chairs or any of us, so that, we all have ways of sharing that information if it comes to us, but we get so darn busy, it's hard for us to go out and search for it. I would love to be able to, just that alone, an accolade of the wonderful work that Maine does. Because we like to think of ourselves, even though we're at the tippy top corner nationally over here on the Eastern Seaboard, we really are quite the trendsetters in some areas. So if there's ever a way, and maybe you can even whisper that to some of your colleagues, and as you meet with all these folks, that we thrive on good news that we can share with our districts, with our constituents, because they really, it does help to educate them as to what's out there. So I just kind of challenge you with that one, and I say thank you ahead of time.
So we're happy to do that. And I also wanted to mention, if there are great programs or great work happening in your districts that you're hearing about, or programs that are launching that you think would fit in really nicely with the state attainment goal, don't be afraid also to reach out to me and others at Maine Spark to say, this is a great program. It's really benefited my constituent, because we'll also include those items with our newsletters and our social media, et cetera. I really think it has to be a combination of all state efforts, in all 16 counties, but then also very localized efforts in order to reach this goal specifically. So don't be afraid to share good news you're hearing either.
We'll co-challenge each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Judd, and thank you to the committee for all your great questions. If there are no more questions, okay, seeing none, and I'm sure that we will speak again at some point during this session. We are now going to turn to our next presenter, which is Nate Wild, Executive Director of Live and Work in Maine. And just a note to the committee, I know that we do have a break scheduled. We will still take that break. We may just dip into it a few minutes since we're running a little bit behind, but we will still get a lunch break, so rest assured there. And Mr. Wild, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the kind introduction and for your own times. Thank you for all of your work this year. It's a pleasure to Zoom you today, and I appreciate everybody's patience in going through your work and through the changing times here. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to keep myself honest and allow you to help keep me honest with time, because I know I'm up against lunch, and I have to follow Dr. Judd, and neither of those things are easy to do. And so thank you for your patience. On the left-hand side, you'll see there are 11 slides total, 9 of which, but 2 are the title and end slide. So I've got 9 things of content, and I'm trying to reserve as much time. I've got a timer going. I want to reserve the majority of the time here for a conversation with you all. And my goal with the slides here is just to paint a broad stroke of who Live and Work in Maine is, what we do to help guide the conversation to follow. So broadly speaking, Live and Work in Maine, our mission is to attract and retain Maine's workforce. And so the following paragraph here is a long way of saying the same thing. I just want to verbally highlight the difference between attraction and retention and development, in that we are not a workforce development organization. We are exclusively a workforce attraction and retention organization. And attraction and retention is really important. You'll never hear me say one without the other, because some forms of attraction is retention, and the easiest form of attraction is retention. That is to say, it's a lot easier to retain talent in Maine than it is to go out and attract new talent in Maine. And one of my slides in here will address why that's important, both from a data perspective as well as from an emotional one. Our mantra, the other thing you'll see us practice as well as preach, is to reinvent no wheels. We are all in this together. Our purpose is not to exist. Our purpose is to do the work and to have an effect on Maine and Maine people. And so whether that means stepping out in front or stepping back, you'll see us hold ourselves accountable to this. And we work with our partners to make sure that resources and time are allocated to the mission and not on anything else. So why do this? Why bother with attraction and retention of talent? Some of this is obvious, but it is worth making a couple comments here based on some recent news and activities. The first is that employers are growing in Maine, despite COVID, and in fact, in large part because of COVID, and that there is no silver bullet to satisfy the need for talent. On the data front, there is no single solution, whether, the answer is yes to all of them. The answer is yes to immigration. The answer is yes to increasing the percentage of college graduates staying in Maine. The answer is yes to attracting brand new people to Maine. The answer is yes to domestic migration as well as international migration. And so there is no single one of those things can solve the entire talent pool challenge for Maine. We need all of that to work, and we need it all to work at a higher level. Number 2, we make it a lot harder on ourselves here in Maine than it needs to be. We've got a really unique opportunity to flip the script. Part of our Yankee charm here in Maine is that, we've got this kind of woe is us attitude. The sky has always been bluer. The snowstorms have always been bigger. There's always something that we've outdone ourselves by. But in reality, we also, at the same time, that's one side of our mouth. The other side of the mouth, we market ourselves as vacation land and as the world's best place to come and get away from it all. And we find that dichotomy to be, frankly, a little aggravating at times and counterproductive at best, in that we can't say at the same time that life has been better and simultaneously tell the world that there's no place better than to visit Maine. And the reality is the latter is more important. And that is, we're vacation land for a reason. There's a reason 38 million plus people visit us every year, because they want a taste of what we get year round. And so taking that attitude and translating it across all we do is our opportunity. We don't have to reinvent ourselves. We simply have to be much more clear and bold about the story we're telling the world and why it's a place to be, bring your career as a destination, to quote the previous conversation. 3, COVID has only grown the opportunity we have to punch above our weight class. So just 2 quick anecdotes here. The first is satellite. This is just an example. We're not active in this field, but as an example, when we see in the early 90s and late 90s, the continent of Africa had the opportunity to leapfrog technologies. Instead of putting up telephone poles, they put up cell phone antennas, and they leapfrogged. They didn't build copper wires before they built cell phones. They just jumped over the copper wires and right to wireless. And it gave them a huge competitive advantage in the communication front for the following decades. Maine has a similar opportunity here from a technology perspective, but broadly, that's an anecdote to say in everything that's happening right now in the world, especially because of COVID, Maine has a really unique opportunity. We have a soapbox. We have economic prosperity that a lot of areas are not seeing in the COVID era. So we've got an opportunity to translate this sort of flash in a pan moment into something that demonstrates that we really are worthy of the attention that we've been getting this past year. Finally, we all live and work here for a reason. And this is something that I have to remind myself of once in a while too, where, when the going gets tough and sometimes things are hard, I'm speaking to a group of individuals who have talent and skill that is translatable anywhere in the world. That's not always the case. And so we have to be careful about recognizing that some do not have the option to leave or have the option to go wherever. I am speaking to a group here who does. And so I certainly have that opportunity as well. As a UMaine graduate, I've got a skill set and a diploma that allows me to go and get a job wherever I might want. And we're very lucky for that. And we have to recognize there is a reason we choose to be here in Maine. And that emotional reason is something that can translate into our work. And that's to say, woe is us is maybe something that gets us motivated and gets our blood flowing. But really what helps to actually get things done is a recognition that we should be so lucky to be here. And that reminding ourselves that we are starting from a place of strength and from a place of opportunity, first and foremost. A couple nitty-gritty details just to give context for how we do what we do. The first is that so funding and strategy, just to understand how we exist and where our resources come from. The majority of our resources come from employers. And those employers support us for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's tactical support, and sometimes it's to support our existence, frankly, and the fact that there are a number of employers who believe and see that because we exist as an organization and do what we do, if we did not exist, then the entire employer industry would suffer and the entire economy in Maine would suffer because of having lack of a pinpoint arrowhead focus on a vehicle to actually attract and retain people here. So it's the brand and it's the effort within it that they're supporting and across the board. So we're very fortunate to have a lot of employers involved, both on our advisory board and as funders. And the majority of our funds come from private nonprofits and other partners. Select partners, including Dr. Judd, sit on our advisory board. And that advisory board is the group that guides our strategy and implementation. So again, we don't hire anyone, right? We don't create jobs. We support the organizations, the employers who do have the ability to attract and retain people here. And so we rely on them to guide our strategy because it's really what we do from an attraction and retention perspective only matters if it makes their jobs easier in hiring and retaining people. And then lastly, we have a supplemental contract provides some resources. We're in the 5th year of that 5-year contract with DECD. And so this is really, it's a big year for all kinds of things in Maine. It's a big year for us in working with Commissioner Johnson and her team in the broader context of the economic plan as to how and whether we can be continue to be a resource for the state and providing that attraction and retention of talent, strategy, and execution work. So some examples of our approach. We've got a resource website, so Live and Work in Maine or liveworkmaine.com. You're welcome to check that out anytime. Job board, this came up in the previous conversation regarding internship opportunities. So it's called a job board, but you can also call it the internship board, fill in the blank. Job board is the industry term. So that's our call to action, right? Where we don't facilitate, we're not a recruiting firm. We do not hire anybody. We do not facilitate the job acquisition process. All we do is raise awareness and connect people to opportunities to get a job here. And or an internship here. And so that job board platform is how we market internship opportunities in partnership with Educate Maine and many others. And we have a great partnership with Masthead Maine, which is the state's largest media network. All the major papers, Forecaster, Press Herald, et cetera, pretty much everybody but the BDN at this point, I think. And they market and promote the job board through their platforms, which has a huge in-state reach as well as an out-of-state reach. So we're able to engage a lot of different eyeballs that way. We have a slew of programming. A lot of this has gone virtual or been on pause until we're able to meet again in person. Happy to share some more information about the in-person engagement activities that are both driving results as well as provide opportunities for engagement and people to get involved. There are a lot of different reasons we do that in-person programming work. Scalable campaigns, this is the tactical marketing effort work. You may be familiar with our Boomerang Back to Maine campaign. You can see some examples of the ads and the collateral that we've used below. As well as logos of, we're proud of and very focused on a PR effort here, and we'll talk about some other reasons why that's important. But the broad tone here is that there is no such thing as too much good news. And Representative Austin, your comments just before I came on the air, so to speak, certainly resonated with me in that there are a lot of good things that happen in Maine, and too often the smaller stuff that are challenges or negatives get all the attention, and we never focus, or we focus too little on all the good stuff happening. And it's not hard to find good stuff happening in Maine. And so our job has been to take those plentiful golden nuggets lying around on the ground and to shine a light on them and to be proud of the fact that there's some really good stuff happening in the state. And we've been very fortunate to garner a lot of media attention as a result of that strategy. So the objectives of the last few slides here. Number one, how can we help you, the IDEA Committee, and then others generally? How should you and can you view us as a resource? What areas of the 10-year economic plan are we best suited to engage with as we understand it? And then the third is examples of what we're up to in the coming weeks and months, so we can provide some opportunities for more meaningful engagement. So number one, how can we help you the most? These are just some starter thoughts here, and I welcome this as a conversation. So obviously I don't know everything you're up to, but this is from our perspective. Number one is real world information, examples, testimonials, you name it, from employers and communities we partner with to attract and retain talent. As you do your work, we know it's really important to base both legislation and other efforts on facts and on data, as well as to have supportive anecdotes and testimonials. And so we're more than happy to provide God's honest truth data and anecdotes and testimonials to support your ongoing efforts to attract and retain talent in Maine. We've got over 6 years of data. We were founded and we've been working on this since 2014. And so we've got a lot of data, and we purposely are structured as a lean and mean organization. I'll touch on this in a second, but we are a lean and mean startup-minded organization, in that it's not like there was a big binder on the shelf that we took off and said, all right, we're going to exist to execute this exact plan that's in this binder. There's a lot of this work that required a lot of fail fast, fail cheap prototyping and experimenting. There are a lot of things we inherently, I say we as people who live and work here already, that we sort of feel like we know that is true, or we feel like would be the right way to do it, or the right message to put out there. Our job has been, we've seen our job is to validate those things that seem very obvious. And when we, or if we validate them, to then scale them up and execute them at a level in which it has a meaningful, measurable impact on Maine's economy. So as one example, the Boomerang campaign is the outcropping. It's a great example of that effort. Whereas it seems sort of anecdotally, it makes sense that if you were coming to Maine to visit family, or coming here for summer camp, or you came to Maine for college or university, and then you left, that it makes common sense that those folks might be the low-hanging fruit to attract back here. What we did the first year of the Boomerang campaign 3 or 4 years ago now, we tested that philosophy, where we tested that theory, say, well, when does everybody come back? Well, Thanksgiving week, of course. Of course, when we're able to get together in person, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is the biggest bar night in the nation. And it's the busiest night for bars and restaurants in Maine throughout the whole year. And that's because all the high school reunions happen that night. It's because everybody comes home for the holidays. And so we said, hey, wait a minute, that phrase, home for the holidays. Well, what do you mean come home for the holidays? If they don't live here, then why is here home? And here is home because it's home in the heart. They feel like it's home. They just don't have their career here for whatever reason. And so we tested the theory that, man, if everyone calls it home for the holidays, if you feel like you're coming home to Maine for the holidays, then how can we translate that? What's the barrier to getting you to be here? Maybe it's a career. We think that's the biggest barrier. Let's test that theory. And so we tested that through a lot of different marketing and engagement activities. We proved it very quickly. It makes perfect common sense that would be the barrier. We proved statistically and with data that awareness of career opportunities was the biggest obstacle to getting, especially young people, boomerangs back here to Maine. And so we formulated the brand of Boomerang. We executed on the campaign, and we made it an annual effort to, again, raise awareness and make sure that if you feel like Maine is home, then we want to give you the information and the hard resource next step to make sure that you can actually be home rather than feel like it's many states away. Number 3, policies, programs, and data from other states and regions we've connected with. We field a lot of phone calls from other legislatures, from other governor's offices, lieutenant governor's offices, typically, actually, for states who have those, asking broad-ranging questions. Sometimes specifically they've heard, sometimes because we've been fishing for talent in their neck of the woods. They've heard about programming or efforts that we've undertaken. They want to learn more, to not to combat our efforts, but frankly, to steal from us in a good way, to learn how they can conversely attract talent back to their the state and locale. And we've forged a lot of productive partnerships. We have very positive relationships with our neighboring states in New Hampshire and Vermont and others. And it's very positive and proactive because everyone recognizes that if we feel like we're competitors for talent, then we're not telling our own story better. You know, Maine is not New Hampshire. New Hampshire is not Maine. New Hampshire is not Vermont. Vermont's not Maine. We're distinct states for a region. We each have very distinct offerings. And if we're telling the same story and we're competing for the same talent, then someone is not doing their job very well. And so we have very productive partnerships with them to make sure that everyone is learning from each other because everyone benefits if we're attracting talent that wants to be in the location that we're attracting them to. We don't do it. Nobody wins if we attract talent that doesn't really want to be here. If we tell you that it's 85 degrees and sunny year round, you're going to be very disappointed, and we will have wasted a lot of time and energy. Number 4, we're a nimble, scalable organization. So we have a very small core team, and we've got a whole slew of contractors and partners that we pull in to scale up efforts individually. We do not have a lot of overhead by design, because we recognize that this is, employers are very nimble. Employers have to change and adapt to both business opportunities as well as the economy. We're structured in a similar way to say, hey, this boomerang campaign is a great opportunity. Well, let's focus a lot of time and energy and resources into getting it stood up, and then let's pass it off to a partner who can keep executing on it. And so that's our goal, is to scale these efforts up as quickly and fastly as possible to make sure they have a measurable impact in a short amount of time. Second thing, 10-year economic plan. How can we best engage? Broadly, it's strategy B, which is the attract new talent. Hopefully that's not too surprising to you. And I highlighted 3 of the sub-strategies within that broad strategy of the 10-year economic plan, which is increasing the labor force participation in existing residents. That's all about retention, largely, but frankly, it's attraction as well. And that is to say, the answer is yes to everything, right? So we need more adults to go back to work. We need more seniors to continue working at least part-time past retirement. We need all of these things to work in order to meet the talent goals and talent needs of Maine's economy over the next 10 years. So second one is expanding marketing efforts to attract and retain talent to Maine. Hopefully that's a pretty obvious one. And then the third is to expand and simplify the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit, also known as Opportunity Maine. We've been marketing that, and I just wanted to show the only chart, I promise, with numbers. This is the only chart I will show. The historical tax credit usage. For those who don't know, the Opportunity Maine tax credit is a tax credit on the books which reimburses student loan payments to those who live and work in Maine. This is no hot air here. It is the single most powerful and effective student loan reimbursement program in the nation, bar none. No one else comes close. It is universal. It does not matter what you study. It does not care what you study, and it does not care where you studied, as long as you were at an accredited university in the United States of America. That is an incredibly powerful toolkit to give a Maine employer. We are very excited for the efforts underway to simplify the tax credit program in the context of making it easier for taxpayers to use. It has been proven effective, very effective at attracting and retaining talent here in Maine. And we're very eager and excited for any opportunity to refine it down to something we can put on a billboard. The problem with the credit program now is that it's very complicated, and there's been some well-meaning efforts over the years to reform it. The result has been a lot of asterisks we have to put on anything we do because there's different qualifications for all kinds of stuff. So if we can simplify it down to make it a very simple 1 or 2 sentence pitch, that will allow every employer in the state of Maine to go out and market it for us, rather than having to spend state dollars pushing it out. Employers will be incentivized themselves to do it. And so that's a great opportunity to translate this. In 2019, $30 million was reimbursed to taxpayers. That's $30 million of student loan payments that are going back in taxpayer dollars. We have an enormous opportunity to add a 0 or 2 onto that. And we think that's a phenomenal investment in Maine, because it's a reimbursement, right? There's no risk here. There's 0 risk in this program, in that by the time there's a fiscal note attached to this, and that by the time the state spends the money, the taxpayer has already produced value in the economy. This is a young person who is paying their student loans and working in Maine's economy for the year. The next year, when they file their income tax return, they get reimbursed for those payments. So Maine says, thank you for all you've done over the previous year. Here's a small percentage of that back. Brilliant investment. Any employer would say yes to that. And lastly, examples of what we're up to. We are creating and sharing new content to showcase the world-class quality of life and careers in Maine, even through COVID. There have been an acceleration and amplification of a lot of opportunities over the last year. It's a little bit different, but frankly, it's just more. It's more really good stuff. And so we've reformatted ourselves and working with employers to showcase a lot more of that, because there's frankly more than we know what to do with at this point. We're working on building welcome wagon kits, program kits for communities all across the state who want to welcome new folks. I live in Bath. I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm zooming you from my home office in Bath, Maine. Bath has a welcome wagon kit, welcome wagon program. Their example of it is a happy hour for new residents once a year. Portland has a whole organization or 2 structured around welcoming people to their community. Everyone has their own version of it. A lot of communities have reached out to us over the last year with an interest in starting one and asking how others are doing it or how best they can do it. So we're going to put something together that allows folks to to build their own program in their own making. Every community should do it differently, and do it in a way that allows us to help tell the story. Because of course, organizations like us can help to draw attention to those diverse and variable programs. We're going to support opportunities to build on existing populations of remote work employees. There's a great opportunity for employer engagement here. We're great partners with Main & Company and other organizations working on attracting employers to the state. We're focused on working with employers to make sure Maine is an option for their employees to relocate to, should they wish to. With more and more employers, you may have heard of Google and Facebook and others, allowing their employees to work remotely forever. That's an enormous opportunity and one that is better taken advantage of sooner rather than later. But same with entrepreneurs and others who may not have thought about remote work or thought about moving. COVID has forced them or allowed them to consider relocating to where they actually want to live. And Maine's got a great value proposition to offer them. So we want to make sure that's available to those who are interested in being here. And this is perhaps should have been number one, but we want to continue to be good partners and help to promote the wonderful DEI, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across Maine that a lot of organizations, including the legislature, are undertaking. We want to continue to market the positive. We were at the forefront of this a few years ago. The internet access has been a challenge and will be a challenge for years to come. The reality is we have internet, we're Zooming for a reason. And so in our effort, it's really important to communicate out the reality of the fact that we think internet access is a challenge. It is a challenge for some places in Maine. That doesn't mean we don't have internet. Too often the press and the PR around internet challenges or fill in the blank challenges can insinuate that Maine either has nothing to offer or has very little to offer. The reality is we have a lot to offer. We need to do better, of course, but that shouldn't prevent you from moving here for the next 5 years. You just have to check the street address. And so we've got a mini campaign running with some of our efforts, parallel efforts to say, Maine has great internet. Just check the address. That's all you need to do. Be nimble and continue to act fast on new opportunities to punch above our weight class, because if we've learned anything from the last 11 or 12 months, it's that one day can change a lot. And we have taken that with our optimistic spirit in hand and said, you know what, we can make a best guess and we can have a strategy for the next year that we think is right. But the most important thing is to continue to reevaluate that strategy and to be on the ball and able to jump when someone says jump. And so we're going to keep that top of mind as we move forward here in the new world. That's that. So thank you for your patience. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a fire hose. I welcome a conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. It looks like Representative Colin Moore has a question already, and you are still screen sharing. Just not anymore. There you go.
Thank you, Samuel,
Hi,
or whoever
yes.
managed that.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was extremely helpful. I was wondering about those Welcome Wagon program kits. I'm actually a town councilor in my hometown, and I'm super interested in that idea. Pittsfield, many of you may know, is growing quite a lot with the 2 new Puritan plants coming in, which is great because those plants used to be our San Antonio Shoe Shop and United Technologies, where I used to work. And so is this something that you'll be, once you have those program kits together, sending out to municipalities so that counselors can use them through existing programs to support their communities?
I'm muted. I knew it. Yes, thank you for the question. That's thank you for your service at the city level as well. Pittsfield is actually one of the communities we've identified that of a great opportunity to partner with. We have not engaged in a conversation yet, so I appreciate you flagging it for me, and we'll be sure to follow up. In that, to start this, we're looking for some prototype communities to work with, and the best prototype communities are first and foremost communities who want it and have energy to do it, and the second is that have some short-term opportunities to use it. And so clearly your community checks a lot of those boxes here in the next few weeks and months. And so that's more to come. We're in the early stages of this, and that we're careful not to, we're going to move quickly. This is going to be measured in weeks, maybe a couple of months, not any more than that. But yes, the goal is to develop something that is a starter kit of sorts for any community who wants to run with it. And if there's more support, part of that, I'm calling it a kit, might literally be a physical something, but more importantly, it's a single one-stop shop resource that if it doesn't have an answer for you, it will provide opportunities or at least contact information for communities or organizations that have more information about whatever your question might be. So it's a bit of an asset map, and it's a bit of a sort of a fire under the rear end, so to speak, for communities who are ready to go. They just don't know quite where to start.
Great, thank you very much. I look forward to getting more information.
Representative Austin. Yeah, you're on mute. There you go.
Mr. Wiles, how are you? And thank you, thank you, thank you. You reminded me why I love this committee so darn much. Those kits, I'm just thinking, if you get to a point where you can share something, even our local, let's say the council has got their hands full, but our local DECD, CEDC, whichever, community development programs could probably be interested in taking something like that on. It would be a project for them because I know they are constantly searching for ways to engage. So I think something like that would be great. The other thing I just have to tell you is you just amaze me in your jargon and your new verbiage. And that is what is so exciting. And again, why I say to the rest of our committee, this is why you're here and you're going to enjoy this. I'm wound right up right now, so high. I don't know if I can stay in my kitchen. But anyway, I look forward to seeing you and talking to you again as the session moves forward. Thank you so much.
Representative Austin, that's very kind. Thank you. And it's wonderful to see you again. And I feed off your energy as well. So appreciate, don't be afraid to run out of your kitchen if you need to. Keep the energy high. Appreciate it very much.
Oh.
Representative Geiger.
Oh, thank you so much. This was just great. I have just an observation and question about what your response would be to it. I have a 26-year-old son. He and 3 friends went to college. They all boomeranged back here because this is home and they love Maine. Only one, my son, found his way to work that matched his education. One finally gave up and went to Washington, D.C. The other 2 spent years working in sandwich shops, volunteering to try and get their faces out there in organizations they cared about. And only in the last year, and they're 26, 27 now, have they been successful somewhat. One of them, one still not. What is the disconnect between these bright, educated kids who are from Maine, want to be in Maine, but are unable somehow to connect with an employment world that matches those skills?
Appreciate the question. It's a very good one. And first, congratulations on having raised some successful boomerangs. So we appreciate that. It's a big question, and I'll just give you a couple short anecdotes as to things that we're working on, that things that we've learned and that might be able to address some of that. The first is that, to quote a United States Senator of ours, Maine is a big, small town. And the reality of that is that there's no single website and there's no single job board and there's no single, one-stop, there's no silver bullet for any of this stuff, right? And that's why our efforts are really so diverse around attraction and retention, in that there's no silver bullet, but it's also true that within each area of the state, but by area, I mean geographic area as well as industry area. You can define that a lot of different ways. Each area has its own unique challenges and opportunities. And so to have a statewide solution for any of this stuff is a bit of it would be a misstep in our experience, in that there's some basic learnings and some basic tenets that can apply to the whole state, but no single resource or single program can apply the same way in each area. And that's why the Welcome Wagon program kit, for just to ride on that bandwagon for a second, is something that we're not prescribing this, right? We're just building a framework for communities to own themselves. And frankly, Maine is such a small state, a small, big state, that word of mouth and who you know is really, really important in the workforce area. And it's not to say who you know and that you need to know someone to get a job. It's who you know so you're aware of a job. There are a lot of employers in Maine. We have a job board for a reason, because it's a digital tool for us to market a call to action. The reality is, even if we had 100% of all jobs that have been posted online, we would still be missing a huge percentage of available jobs within the state, because there are a lot of employers that never post anything online, or there are even some of the largest employers we work with. The medical system, for example, has a lot of positions that are open that they don't actually post. And they're open because when the right person comes across their desk, they'll hire them, and they'll either find a position or they have a position in the back of the mind that they'll create for that right person. When you look at it from the talent's perspective, from the perspective of your sons, for example, it's frustrating to hear that, because it's to say, well, how many desks do I have to slide my resume metaphorically across, right? And so that's why our strategies and our tools and our efforts are really focused on making that more accessible in a lot of different ways, knowing that there's no single effort to get every job available online. That won't work. There's no silver bullet here. But if we can better empower employers to be more engaged in the talent attraction and retention world, and conversely provide more entry points for talent, individuals like your sons, to get involved in making themselves aware, whether it's on the community level with the Welcome Wagon, whether it's on the statewide level via a job board, what have you. We're trying to create a mesh of access points here for both the supply and demand, if you think about it that way, right? Supply of talent and demand of talent, which is the employer side. So a couple calls. I mean, I encourage your sons to, it's all, everything we have on the job board is free for talent. If they register as a job seeker and put their resume in the database, we've had great success with, the reason we have a resume database on our job board is because employers have found, and we've maintained that because employers have found that by the time someone registers as a job seeker and puts their resume on a website called liveandworkinmaine.com, it's very fair to assume that that talent is very interested in a job in Maine. And one of the obstacles to attracting talent who checks a lot of the boxes from a resume is to say, man, you've got all the skills I need, you've got all the resume experience, but you're located in, San Diego, California, and I don't know whether you're interested in relocating to Maine. And so a recruiter has to look at that and say, man, do I invest, maybe 30 minutes of my time to talk to this individual, only to find out that they just blasted their resume across the whole internet, hoping to get a job option, but they're really not interested in moving to Maine. Well, the opportunity on our website is to start the conversation from, so I know you're committed to Maine. Great. Let's see if your skills match up to the job position. And that's a huge step forward, especially from the employer side. So again, hopefully those are a couple of anecdotes that help to show.
Yeah, very helpful. I will pass that on to my son's classmates. And I love the idea that you collect resumes on your, I think that makes sense, because then you do know that they want to be here. So thanks so much. Great presentation.
Representative Bailey.
Yes, Mr. Wiles, thank you for the pep rally presentation. This is great. A couple questions. One, I think you mentioned some considerable research that your organization had engaged in about traction and retention. I'd be really interested in sort of diving in that. So I don't know if other members of the committee would as well, but if you could send that at least to me, I would love to take a look at some of that. And two other pieces. You mentioned Opportunity Maine, that well-intentioned legislature perhaps over the years has made changes to that program that there's a lot of asterisks by that. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And then also, can you talk about the state as a partner with your organization? Is there any work that the state does that's duplicative of the work that you do? I know our state spends significant resources every year marketing as a tourist destination. Do we make a similar level of investment in attracting a workforce? If not, why, from your perspective? And maybe you could speak to that a little bit too. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Bailey. Great question. So I'll take them in the order that you asked them. So Opportunity Maine, a couple of examples, and I'm happy to get all kinds of nerdy with anybody who wants to go at a deeper level about the program. I'll keep it top level for now. Broad strokes, the program has been, so it started out in 2008. It was a people's referendum effort that the legislature chose to pass unilaterally before it went up for a statewide vote. And so the program has always been known as Opportunity Maine. And the goal originally, the term back then was to plug the brain drain, so to speak. We don't use that term anymore for a lot of reasons. But the effort there and the tax credit program was structured around, if you go to school in Maine, go to an institution of higher education in Maine, we want you to stay in Maine. And over the years, it was expanded to, most recently in 2015, it was expanded so that any graduate who has the year 2016 or beyond on their diploma from any US accredited school has the opportunity to use this tax credit program if they live and work in Maine. And the reason for that expansion is that employers said right from the get-go, hey, this is a great opportunity to retain talent who's graduating from Maine-based schools in the state. But even if Maine employers retained 100% of all graduates from Maine-based schools, which is unrealistic, but even if they took 100%, it would still not satisfy their talent needs. And so even if the tax credit was perfect and we had 100% participation, which is completely unrealistic, but even if that was the case, it would not satisfy the talent need that the program sought to address. And so that expansion said, all right, you know what? It still applies to anybody who went to school in Maine, but we also recognize that a lot of skills that employers need are not trained in Maine, right? There are a lot of degrees and diplomas and certificates that you can't physically get when you're living and working in Maine, that you have to go somewhere else to outside of the state to get. And so for a lot of reasons, employers should have the opportunity to attract whatever talent they need to the state. And so the way the credit is now is that it's been expanded a few different ways so that essentially they can attract anyone they want who graduated from an accredited US school to live and work in Maine, as long as you graduated from the year 2016 year on. In the process of doing that, it was never a comprehensive reform. It just sort of tacked on some more stuff. And so if you go to the website opportunitymaine.org, it's a subpage within our larger homepage. That website, that you'll see on that website, it's a grid that talks about walks taxpayers through how or whether they qualify for the tax credit program for Opportunity Maine. And when you glance at the page, there's a lot of text. It took many months of going back and forth to Maine Revenue Services and others to get an agreement on the language for that page. And that addresses the key point here, is that it's always been approached as a tax credit program instead of a talent retention program. That is to say, it's always taken fiscal nuances or tax policy nuances to the program, which the purpose of this program is not a tax policy reform. It's not to make CPAs' lives easier. It's for taxpayers, right? But the program is so complicated that it often requires or behooves someone to use a professional tax preparation service in order to fully utilize it, or to just have any sanity in the process of utilizing it. And that completely defeats the purpose, because the purpose was to be very basic in the calculation of the tax credit. You pay your student loans. We want to reimburse your student loans in exchange for living and working in Maine. The concept is very simple. The execution of that has been done as a tax program rather than as a talent retention program. And so we'd encourage you to look at it, to almost take a fresh perspective from it, to say, if I'm a young person, and it sounds like a number of you have children or at least neighbors with kids who are in this bracket of they've recently graduated from school, they have a diploma, they probably have student debt, probably a lot of debt if they're anything like the average American these days. Talk to them about how they're preparing their taxes or how they might expect to take advantage of a program like this. We need to approach the lens to be most effective. We need to approach it from their perspective. If we can't speak to somebody in their 20s who has hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and i.e. a lot of emotional stress, if we can't speak clearly to them about the benefit of a program that is on the books, that Maine is prepared to pay for, if we can't talk to them, there is no point in having this program. So it's not broken the way it is now. It's just very inefficient in the way it's being used. And so that's the last word I'll say is a word of caution, to say we're excited for any reform effort. It's very effective the way it is now, and anything that changes the potential value of the credit risks alienating a lot of people who are in the pipeline and eager to take advantage of it. And that's the other challenge with this program. Well, I should say challenge for you all, lucky you, is that over the course of the last 12 years, there are a lot of individuals and families who have made investments or decisions in life anticipating being able to take advantage of the Opportunity Maine tax credit. That is to say, they know if they go out of state for school, that's okay, because they can still qualify for the program when they come back to Maine. And that's their plan all along. The challenge is we don't have, the state nor we have any practical way of tracking who is counting on the program while they're in school, or who's counting on the program while they're in high school planning for their next step. So the state has made a commitment to people to say this program is on the books. There is no sunset for it. It will not automatically expire at any point in time. That commitment is out there. And so there are a lot of young people that are anticipating using the program that certainly expected or have made significant investments in themselves, anticipating it being available when they're done. And so it's a tricky spot here that, we can reform it and we can smooth out the rough edges, but to change the core of it would leave a number of young people questioning Maine's commitment to them in the long term. And so we're excited that we're starting from a place of, if nothing happens to it, it's still of benefit. It's still a good thing. But there's enormous opportunities to rough out the edges there. And we've got, presumably on another Zoom, we've got a lot of more wonky, nerdy feedback if anyone's interested in hearing that.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles, for this presentation. It's been super informative. And I just have a couple of quick questions, sort of stemming from the questions Representative Bailey asked. And my questions are, what is the biggest hindrance to Maine's retention and recruitment workforce? And as part of that, what can we as lawmakers in the state do to help alleviate that or some of to this?
Got it. Appreciate your question, and I appreciate the opportunity to also circle back to the second question Representative Bailey asked, that I spent all of my time addressing the first one and not the second. But my answer for your question is the same as to Representative Bailey's question before regarding his inquiry about tourism marketing and what the state is doing and whether there's anything redundant there. Broadly speaking, there's an enormous opportunity here to leverage the decades of success and traction that the Office of Tourism and that broadly the brand of Vacationland has. There's enormous opportunity to leverage that for the sake of people who want to live and work here full time. It's not a big stretch if we step out of policy for a minute. It's not a big stretch to talk to somebody, one of the 38 million people who visit us every year. We're a state of 1.3. Last I checked, that's a lot more people than live here. A lot of people visiting us. It's not a big stretch to say, hey, did you enjoy your weekend away in Maine? We know a huge percentage of them will say, oh yes, it was my favorite weekend of the year. Great. Can you imagine if you had that weekend every weekend, right? It's not a big mental stretch to say, to remind folks that when they're vacationing here, it's not like the entire state gets a notice when tourists arrive to say, all right, everybody act happy and we'll get the sun out and it'll all be good for this 1 week in July, right? No, there's a reason that we all live here full time. And there's a reason that, anytime you vacation in Maine, you often have one of the best vacations of your life. And so translating that into the career messaging is not that big a leap, and that we had great success with it. So to step back into policy for a minute, there are a couple of opportunities that this is probably above our pay grade a little bit, but looking at the obvious. The obvious is that the Office of Tourism has a great track record of success. They have hard metrics that say their investment and their efforts have yielded enormous number of visitors to Maine. There's an apparent disconnect between attracting people to visit and spend their money on vacation and an effort to attract people to work in many of the industries, including the tourism industry, that supports and enables Maine to be a great destination for when people visit us. That is to say, if we don't attract more people to live and work here full time, we won't be able to offer people that world-class vacation experience to enable continued success on the tourism front. And so having a more direct link, whether it's funding resources or it's just simply policy, or frankly, it could just be as simple as making sure that more of the same people are sitting around the same table from a strategic perspective, and they're making marketing decisions, or they're making brand decisions, or they're making investment decisions in the broad context of how do we create a sustainable economy. We need people to visit us. We need an industry to support those visitors, and we need employers to continue that economic base that supports all of that. We can't make any one of those strategic decisions in isolation. By simply marketing Maine as vacation land and not worrying about who's actually working in the tourism industry, we risk getting way ahead of our skis there, so to speak. And so there's, from a policy perspective, there again, I'm above my pay grade here on the structure for that, other than you're starting from a place of strength in that, it ain't broke, so don't fix it, so to speak. But you've got a lot of silos of success. And if we can better connect those silos between the money that's being invested in tourism marketing, the people that are doing that marketing, and the organizations in state that are working on attracting people to live and work here, if we can better connect all of those efforts, it doesn't have to be complicated at first, but that reduces any redundancy that we might face in the future. And to directly address your question, Representative Bailey, we are appreciative and welcome. In fact, we need the state as a partner to scale up these efforts. These efforts are ongoing in that, across administrations, they've already across administrations, both governors that have been in office during our existence have been wonderful supportive of ours. There was a seamless integration between administrations from Governor LePage to Governor Mills. The commissioners have been wonderful partners. Everybody, the good news here is that everybody wants to do the right thing. There is no obstacle to, man, if only this person got it. That has never been an issue. And we're very fortunate that we're in the position now of continued. It's never been an issue of nobody wanting to do the right thing. The challenges we see in the future is that there's a lot of enthusiasm and effort to do this. And so making sure that there's an opportunity to leverage the previous experience and the previous momentum, both from the Office of Tourism's perspective, as well as our perspective from workforce attraction and retention, there's an opportunity to build above the ground floor here. In other words, we've built, the first few stories of the skyrise, and there's no sense in building a new one next to it. And so if we can accelerate the construction, to continue that metaphor, rather than starting a whole new project, that's going to be most welcome from the employer perspective and most welcome from the taxpayer's perspective. And certainly our job has been to provide an interface for employers in that, and I've actually had a conversation with a couple of you about this in previous sessions, where it's a challenge to get employers here, whether it's here in Zoom or here in the State House, to provide you direct feedback from their real world experience. So one of our only goals in engaging with the legislature has been to provide a better focal point for feedback and real world experience from the employer sector. How can we best both take it from them to you when they need you to hear that, as well as when you have questions that the employer sector can best answer, how can we best get you that information in an actionable way? We can be that translator. And so hopefully that's a direct enough answer for your question.
Okay, I do not see any more hands up. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Wild, for your presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you to the committee for your questions. We are now going to break for an abbreviated lunch. We do have our next presenter starting at 12:30. So we will break from now until then. Just a reminder, if you're going to stay in the meeting while you go do lunch or whatever, make sure that you stay muted and your video is off. And we will see you back here at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nate. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity. My email's in the slide deck that Samuel was kind enough to pass along to you. Feel free to reach out for any reason. Cheers.
members of the committee. We'll get started in a couple of minutes. It's 12:28 now. We get started at 12:30. Welcome back, everybody. I am this is Chip Curry. I am chair of the Innovation Development Economic Advancement Committee, and I am looking for our presenter. It does not appear that our presenter is here. Oh, Sally Sutton is here. Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had a different name, so I appreciate and welcome back. So I want to remind everybody that we are live streaming. We've been this is a continuation of our morning meeting, and so we are live streaming. And for the benefit of our presenter, if we could do an introduction again, if we could go around the horseshoe virtually with introductions, and I'm going to ask Representative Geiger to begin.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you, Ms. Sutton. My name is Valley Geiger. I am with District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head, and this is my first term.
My name is Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Pardon me, I'm still chewing my lunch. My name is Amanda Collimore. I represent District 106.
Good afternoon. My name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the State Senate.
Senator Searway, are you with us yet? Representative Ducharme?
I am Representative Jack Ducharme. I represent District 111, which is Madison, Norwalk, and Solon.
Representative Austin? Not quite yet. Representative Hassenfuss? Representative Bailey? Representative Bernard?
Good afternoon. This is Sue Bernard. I'm the representative for District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is comprised of the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And again, I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent District 11, which represents all of the 26 communities of Waldo County. And welcome and thank you for coming. So at this point, I actually ask you, were you planning on screen sharing? Would you need any, were you planning
I do have a presentation that I could share, yes.
That'd be great. Well, welcome. And I think you have, Jody, I want to make sure that Ms. Sutton has authorization to screen share. Go ahead and try. See if that works. There we go.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate having the time to speak with you today. My name is Sally Sutton. I'm the program coordinator of the New Mainers Resource Center. Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and members of the ID and Business Committee. Again, thank you for the time today. I sat in a little bit of what you were doing this morning and looked at the orientation that you did a couple days ago, and I understand you have so much to do, and again, so I really appreciate the time, and just your work is so hard generally, and now doing it technology, just being prepared to present to you has been a challenge. So thank you again for your time. So the New Mainers Resource Center is a program that was actually set up by the Maine legislature in 2013 to help the state figure out how to help foreign trained skilled professionals move forward with their careers. And it's been a pilot project at Portland Adult Education. And our mission is sort of twofold. We both work with employers and helping them figure out how to meet their workforce needs and develop a skilled and culturally diverse workforce, as well as work with individuals. The project I'm speaking to you about today was some research that we were able to do with a grant funded by the Maine Health Access Foundation, which primarily looks at health professionals, but many of the issues that health professionals encounter cut across all different professions. They're just, I guess, even more challenging for health professionals since many of those are licensed professions. Just to give you a little bit more background information, Portland Adult Education is the largest adult education program in the state. And at this point, I would say the primary type of student that we have are New Mainers. And if it wasn't a pandemic and if we weren't all remote, we would probably have 2,200 to 2,400 New Mainers taking part in classes at our program. They take ESL classes, they take high school diploma classes. Many of them are in college transition programs. We also have job training programs. We teach computer skills, accounting, healthcare courses like CNA, and also have a large part of our workforce programming now is partnering with employers to figure out what are the specific needs that they need for their setting and what are the trainings or supports that people need to get them into those jobs. And that's where a lot of my time is spent with that. I would say of the people that I work with, probably 300 to 400 different people a year. They cut across all sectors, healthcare, finance, engineering, IT, education, legal, and that 75% of them have either a bachelor's degree or higher. And I just looked at the last year that we had the data for, 90% of the people that I worked with had some college, and we threw in some college, we throw associate degrees into that category. So this is a group of people that bring a lot of training and experience with them. And I also sat in a little bit on the Educate Maine presentation you had this morning. And again, to the extent that Maine can figure out, again, how to take advantage of these people who are coming with skills and educations, we're much better off, both as a state, as an employers, and these individuals will be able to move further ahead with their careers. So the research that we just did with the grant that we had from the Maine Health Access Foundation was to look at how to get more foreign trained healthcare workers to reach a higher potential in their careers here in Maine. Relatively speaking, it's easy versus impossible to get people into jobs like CNAs and phlebotomy, and again, entry-level healthcare jobs. So where people get stuck is they're not really able to move much further than that. Our goal was also to help the state diversify its health workforce so that it's more culturally competent. And I think we've seen with COVID now that, and looking at health disparities, that a more culturally competent workforce might help with the health disparities that the state's minority population are experiencing. Employers across the state have tremendous health workforce shortages even before we were hit with the pandemic. And that's going to be a bigger challenge even going forward. And also, Maine needs to attract more healthcare workers to the state. And if we have programs here that make it easier for, again, not just healthcare professionals, but people who have degrees and licenses from other countries to become licensed and work in Maine, we will be able to attract people to Maine. I already discussed, there are a lot of immigrants and refugees who have four-year degrees in the healthcare field who are just not able to move forward with their careers and are either unemployed or working at lower level positions that only require high school diplomas. Our work focused a lot on physicians, nurses, and pharmacists who are not able to practice here in Maine. I'm sure you all are very much aware of the nursing shortage that the state faces. And, we all know how, can appreciate how expensive a new nursing seat at a community college or the university is. But if we can take a foreign trained nurse and help that person through the licensing process, maybe they need one or two courses and they need a little bit of help preparing for a test or something, but it's not another whole 4 years of college that someone needs. So if we can figure out how to fast track nurses and doctors into nursing programs, the state will be better off towards meeting these goals. I've already mentioned the healthcare disparities. As I started out with, our program was first founded in 2013. In 2018, we've started also doing some more research into what does it take for people to be licensed or move ahead with their careers. And we produce a report there and connect to that report. One of the things we've also done is a number of licensing guides. If I have someone come and talk to me who's a pharmacist or an engineer or a CPA, one of the things that I'm very committed to trying to do is to give them the best knowledge available so that they know the decisions that they need to make about how to move ahead with their careers. There are a lot of different factors that enter into that. Can they get their documents in the way that they're needed? Do they have the right English level? How long will it take them? What is their immigration status? Do they have access to financial aid? So knowing all of these different pieces is important for someone as they're just trying to figure out what their career path is. And so we develop licensing guides for half a dozen or so individuals. And I will say, I have a degree in public policy and administration, and it shouldn't take someone with a degree in public policy and administration to go to a licensing board's website to figure out, if I have a degree or a license from another country, how do I become a geologist here? And many times it takes reaching back into, what do the rules say about this? What do the statutes say about it? Looking at various state as well as national licensing bodies to figure it out. So that's some of the work that we've done, which brings me to the next piece of step forward that the state has taken. In 2019, the legislature set up this working group that Commissioner Head chaired, looking at credentialing barriers, and she has a bill coming out, LD 149, which I think would move the state forward in a lot of ways towards addressing many of the barriers that people face. And then last year, out of the Governor's Office of Policy and Innovation, there was a report done that also looked at these sorts of issues. So this information is around, people understand it. And so what we hope to do with the report that we just did was to figure out what are the barriers and what are the specific steps that people or different entities can take And this just discusses some of the steps that we took. I want to make sure that I give you time for questions, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. So pretty much we're seeing that people who have been licensed in other countries, they're not able to be licensed here. One of the big challenges that the people who are coming to Maine face is we have people who are here as refugees and asylum seekers, and they're just focusing on meeting their basic needs and getting their lives started all over again. And they also didn't plan to come here. If they were a doctor in their home country, they didn't plan to move to Maine to be a doctor here. So they wouldn't necessarily have taken all the steps that they could have back home to prepare to come here for that. So it's that's a big issue. And also just their financial needs. You know, people have to support their families, and they don't have the thousands of dollars that it takes to move ahead with licensing or go back to school. Colleges and universities generally aren't providing advanced standing. If people have a degree from another country, or if they're an asylum seeker, they don't have access to federal financial aid, so that really limits what they're able to do. English proficiency can be a challenge at different levels in the process, both people who are gaining basic English, but even for those people who have a very high level of English, to be able to take the national test for engineering license, if English is not your first language, even if you have good English and know all the technical stuff, to take a time test is a big challenge for many people. As I mentioned, there's not accurate information about the process that people need to go through. Employers could adjust their employee assistance programs to provide more support. Immigration status stands in the way of many people. If you're an asylum seeker, there's a period of time that you're not able to work and you don't yet have a social security number. So that's a great time to get some training, but many of our workforce training programs are not, people aren't eligible to access till they get their social security number. Or sometimes people who are here as asylum seekers, but don't have permanent status yet, because the asylum process can drag on for, at this point, 10 or 12 years or so. They're just sort of stuck, but they can't, there are some training programs or like residency programs or borrowing a lot of money to go back to a PA program. Things are just not available to them. And moving up to a mid-level health career position can be challenging as well. So in our report, so what I've sent you all is you have the real report, you have a summary of it and some pages with some recommendations, and you also have this presentation. So colleges can do much to address advanced standing and look at how they're looking at evaluations. Employers, I mentioned, can change things. There's a lot that can be done with licensing. There are things in terms of state policy that can be changed to make sure that if we have programs like through FAME or DOL, you know, can they look at who is eligible for those programs and expand that eligibility requirement so that they better meet the needs of the people who are here. Support Ann Head's bill. One other thing, the engineers have been doing a great job, so more like what they're doing, but I put in the Occupational Therapist Compact as an example of something to consider. And I know that will probably go to a different committee, but as you're looking at any changes in licensing for any professions, a compact like that, well, does it make it easier for someone who has a foreign license, or does it harder? And some of these national things take control away from the local licensing board. And so I just throw that out as an example of, as your committee is looking at different licensing issues that come before you, to keep in mind, is it going to make it harder and create a barrier, or can it be something that can make it easier? And then, as I mentioned before, if you can consider legislation or a way to suggest that other licensing bodies outside of OPAR look at their procedures and try to figure out how they might address barriers. So that's mostly it. So I apologize if it was too fast, but this is a big, big issue, as I know you know, and I'm just trying to lay it all out for you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we have time for questions. And so I'll ask members to raise their hand by clicking on the participants or if in the reactions, depending on your version of Zoom. Before we do, I just wanted to ask you, where are you seeing the greatest successes? Where are you, when someone approaches you and they say, this is my situation, and you're like, great, we got a good pathway for you. Where do you see the greatest successes right now?
There aren't a lot, you know, and I wish I could say that, but, you know, immigration status stands in the way for a lot of people. I'm thinking of, again, physicians, many of the ones who are here now, who are here as asylum seekers, because they don't have access to permanent status here, they're not really able to move forward in the licensing process. The way you become licensed as a physician, you have these tests to take, but also the more years you're out of medical school, the less competitive you are. So again, but if people came and could access the physician assistant program, we've had a couple people we've worked with who were able to do that, but they came either as a refugee or also permanent status. So there's a lot that still has to be done. And I'm sorry I can't say, yeah, this is great. But I think Maine is at least aware now that there are issues to be addressed. So we're further ahead than we were a couple years ago. Ann Head's bill, I think, could make a lot of changes. And again, if we just, it's such a diffuse, it's not a system. It's like different professions, different schools. So many different parties are involved in it. We just have to chip it away one piece at a time.
Thank you very much. Representative Callamore.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. That was very helpful and informative. It's called the New Mainers Resource Center, but it sounds like you're only focused on foreign, or do you focus on also helping those coming from out of state? Like I know that transfer of licenses, like a master electrician, for example, coming into the state of Maine can be very difficult because reciprocity rules that are in place.
Generally, my focus is with foreign trained professionals because they have different issues that another state person might not like. English requirements that they have to meet, just being able to access their documents from their home country is different than someone just coming from another state. So again, I like giving advice to people. And if someone came to me and I said, well, this is what I know about it, or with our guides, they do walk people through the process. And if someone isn't able to be licensed in whatever it is, they do have also alternative careers that someone could follow. So those would be beneficial to other people.
Thank you.
Other questions? While we're waiting for other questions, I do have one more. Are there states that are impressive to you in managing this in terms of dealing, recognizing foreign credentials better than, are there leaders across the nation?
It's hard to find them. They may be good in like one particular profession or another. I know Commissioner Head has brought in someone who used to be part of the licensing board from Michigan. And I think he's someone that different states turn to for advice on how to move forward with this. But the other thing is, I think we have to look at who are the people we have in Maine. And again, most of the immigrants who are here are asylum seekers or refugees. So they potentially bring a different set of challenges that what the traditional immigrant populations in other states might not have. So I think there could be, the research that we've done, we've looked across states, say, oh, how would that work here? And so we've tried to do that, but there might be things that work for some states that wouldn't necessarily be appropriate here.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Is this specifically Portland focused and based, or does it reach throughout the state of Maine?
Well, we're situated at Portland Adult Education, but a lot of what I do is try and reach out to other adult ed programs, or I'll work with anyone who contacts me, whether it's a service provider or an individual. We've tried to partner a little bit more with people in Lewiston because they have a similar population there. And that's one of the reasons we're looking. And again, I know resources are a big issue, but the more resources we have here, and we sort of see this as the next phase of the pilot project that you all set up at Portland Adult Ed. Take advantage of the expertise that we've developed to be able to help support programs around the state, because it takes a lot to figure out, well, just how do you become a pharmacist? And not everybody needs to know how to do that. But if they know, who to contact, who can help them figure that out, that's where we're hoping to be able to move to the next level.
I don't see any other questions for Ms. Sutton. Thank you very much for your time. And I wanted to remind all the members that all of the documents that are being sent to us, you are getting copies via email, but they're also all being put into committee materials under the section of orientation materials. So you don't need to worry if you've lost those materials, or if you don't have to search through your email. They will be they're posted on the committee's website. So.
All right. Again, thank you for your time, and please don't hesitate to contact me if you have other questions after this.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is, one second. Our next presenter is William Norbert with FAME. So thank you, Mr. Norbert.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Curry. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine, and it's my pleasure to be with you today. You are our Oversight Committee, and you've had great turnover, and you've had a lot of information coming at you today. We appreciate the time, and we look forward to getting to know you, and in turn, helping you get to know us better. The first thing I wanted to do, if you'll permit me, is to introduce our acting CEO, Carlos Mello. He is also with us on this call, and we'll do a bit of a tag team. He'll lead off our presentation, and then I'll join in, and then we'll leave time for questions and answers. So you may have read recently in the press that our CEO, Bruce Wagner, recently retired, and Carlos has been designated as the acting CEO. And if the senator will permit me, we can allow Carlos to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Senator. And thank you, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I know that we've shared the materials with you in advance. I do not know if you want us to share our screen with you so we can take you through, or what your pleasure would be.
It would be fine if you wanted to share your screen.
Wonderful.
And welcome.
Thank you so much. So we were going to be providing you with an overview and then open it up for discussion. We're hopeful that this will be interactive, so please interrupt at any time you have a question. First of all, what's FAME's mission? Our mission is to provide financial solutions that help Maine people achieve their business and higher education goals. It's all about building our economy from the ground up, with our focus on both business and individuals. We do that. Our vision is to create a Maine workforce with good paying jobs by focusing on the nexus, where that intersection is between economic and educational development. We are members of Maine Spark, and we endorse and been part of the strategic planning effort, which has set a target of having 65% of Maine people having a credential of higher value by the year 2025. Phil?
Thank you, Carlos. This slide is a couple years old, but we thought it was important to share with you to give you a sense of FAME's mission and how it has changed over the years. And I just wanted to touch a bit on the concept of what is a quasi-independent state agency, because that's what we are in statute. FAME was created by the legislature and by then Governor Joseph Brennan back in 1983. And we were created out of the failure of our predecessor entity, the Maine Guarantee Authority. That authority had gotten into some hot water by making some ill-advised loans for sugar beets up in Aroostook County. Some of you may have read about this. And there had been some political pressure on the entity to do this. And so the legislature, the state was on the hook ultimately for paying back these loans. And so the legislature decided to create a new entity that was supposed to be, and is, thankfully, impervious to political pressure in making our decisions. So we're nonpartisan. We are a professional staff that has expertise in financing, both businesses and also the education side, higher education, which we'll talk about later. But the idea was that we would be independent with some legislative oversight, thus quasi-independent. And so the governor nominates our board of directors, the governor nominates our CEO, and the legislature in turn confirms, reviews those nominations and confirms us. And the IDEA Committee is our confirming committee. So this chart shows the growth of the agency over the years. We first started out as a business finance agency. And one of the, you see in 1988, the Seed Capital Tax Credit Program was created by the legislature. You'll hear more about that later, but that's one of our very successful programs to encourage investment in early growth companies and regular growth companies from out of state or in state. And that was one of the new programs given to us. But then in 1990, the legislature decided to greatly broaden our portfolio. And so they transferred the higher education grants and loan repayment programs from the Maine Department of Education to the Finance Authority of Maine. The thinking was that we have expertise in business financing. We could bring that expertise to higher ed programs. And so we've been doing that since 1990. I'm not going to go through every one of these steps, but you'll see in 1990, the legislature created one of our most successful programs, and that is the Next Gen College Savings Program. That is one of the most successful and biggest 529 college savings programs in the country. It's probably the 6th or 7th largest in the country. It's sold nationwide, and it now has approximately 12.5 billion, that's with a B, billion, assets under management for customers who are saving for higher education for their either loved ones, children, grandchildren. And so we're very proud of that program. We're proud also that it's provided over the years with over $100 million in grants, matching grants, and scholarships for Maine students and Maine account holders. So it's been a great benefit to Maine in helping to encourage people to start saving for higher education expenses early so that they can then not have to borrow as much later on and incur student debt. So that's Next Gen. You'll see in 2009, I was part of FAME then and part of this launch. It was very exciting. The Harold Alfond Foundation, the late Harold Alfond, very generously left money for a $500 grant to go to any Maine-born baby or any eligible baby for purposes of saving for higher education. $500 grant for every baby born in Maine. And we're really fortunate to partner with the Alfond Scholarship Foundation on this. And of course, we're grateful for the generosity of the late Harold Alfond. it was the first program of its kind in the nation. Many of you probably heard about that, but we think it's been very successful. And again, we're just very fortunate to have Maine be the leader in this effort. And then there's some other dates in there as well, talking about some of our higher education programs. But I just thought it was important for you to get a sense. We continue to manage existing programs, and occasionally we get some new ones from the legislature. And our mission grows and our expertise continues. I don't know if there are any questions about that slide or some of that history about being a quasi-independent state agency. If not, I can proceed on to these education slides, which are next. As I mentioned, we have one whole side of the business of the agency dedicated to allowing access to higher education, and the success factors we look to is how can we help create the workforce of the future that Maine needs by increasing the number of Maine residents with credentials of value. And Carlos touched upon this earlier, but the idea of a credential of value, I think isn't just that you have gone to a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution. We have excellent community college system in this state, and obviously excellent public and private higher education 4-year systems in the state. But this is the idea that many people in our workforce either don't have that, or for their job purposes, whether they're a welder at Bath Iron Works or doing some other work that might require a certification that doesn't require those 2- and 4-year experiences. We look at that and think about that a lot, and we work for that. So our goal is to be a one-stop shop for student financing, financial resources. And we also have taken a great interest in recent years. We've become very active in expanding our financial education programs. As you know, it's so important to get at students young in their careers to teach them the importance of thinking about finances in their future. And we do our outreach team does a tremendous amount of work in, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. And we've developed an interactive game called Claim Your Future, which helps students and teachers think about future careers that a student might be envisioning, or future lifestyle, whether it be, are you going to own a house or rent? Are you going to want the newest iPhone? Or are you going to be content with an old-fashioned flip phone? And this game causes them to make budgeting choices and to think about, if I want to be a teacher, here's my likely income, but here are also my likely expenses and what they cost. And we've had great success with this program as well. So we work a lot on financial education. And as I mentioned earlier with NextGen, we are always about increasing higher education savings rates. And that doesn't have to be with our product, NextGen. It could be with another 529 savings plan, but we're always encouraging folks to save. Every dollar saved is that much less of the dollars you're going to need to borrow later on. There's a statistic on that slide talking about, since we began administering the state's higher ed programs, that we've awarded over close to $400 million in grants and loans to over 242,000 Maine students. And we're very proud of that. We hear back from some of these students over the years, and they speak eloquently about the difference these grants and other aid made in their lives. The next slide gives you an idea of the various education programs that we run. And I won't go through all of them, but the Maine State Grant at the top is the state's only widely available need-based grant to help Maine students afford higher education. And the bulk, I'll go over some budget lines later, but the bulk of our appropriations goes to this program. About 90% of our student financial assistance line goes to the Maine State Grant. And that grant, some of you may know, is right now an average of $1,500 for a full-time student and $750 for a part-time student. It goes to Maine students who attend a public or private institution of higher ed. And it can make a great difference in the affordability of these institutions when you combine the federal aid a student may have received, Pell Grants, or institutional aid. That amount, $1,500, although seemingly modest, can sometimes make the difference between someone being able to go to higher ed or not. Over the years, this committee and the legislature have been very supportive of increasing gradually the amounts in this program. It wasn't too long ago that the average award was $1,200, but the legislature stepped in and helped us raise that amount to $1,500. Our research shows that if the grant were keeping pace with today's cost of inflation, increased costs of higher ed, that it really should be $2,500 instead of $1,500. So I know this is a very budget tight era, and we've seen those before. And but it's a conversation I think we need to keep going. I think there are some bills that were put in this session to increase the grant amount, and we'll be part of those conversations. But it's a very important piece of the financial aid puzzle. Another program we administer, the Doctors for Maine's Future Scholarship. This is a great program that is a partnership between Maine's medical schools. There are just two, I think you're aware of that, the University of New England College of Medicine and Tufts University's partnership with Maine Medical Center. But we administer these $25,000 scholarships for medical students per year. And these institutions match the amount. So it's a great public-private partnership, and it's been a very successful program. It's geared toward Mainers who are interested primarily in practicing primary care, and many of them in remote rural areas of the state. And you might be fortunate, as this committee has been in the past, to hear testimony from these students and to hear about their moving stories about growing up on an island off the coast or up in Aroostook County or something, and how this scholarship made a big difference. And it has helped us increase primary care that's available in rural parts of the state. The next program listed is similar. It's a Maine Health Professions loan. This is a low interest rate loan that helps undergrads afford their medical education. It helps veterinary students as well as MDs. We also run a dental education loan and loan repayment program. You're probably quite aware of the acute shortage and need for dentistry in rural parts of the state. This program helps provide forgivable loans if dentists practice in underserved areas of the state. So you see how these programs really tie into the workforce needs and meet not only the higher ed needs of the students, but also the state's economic needs and job needs. And that's where we position ourselves. There's a tuition waiver program, a very generous program for students who've been in foster care, wherein basically their attendance at a public university or community college in the state, the tuition is waived. The foreign credentialing loan, I believe my friend Sally Sutton just touched upon part of that. This is a relatively new program. It hasn't made any loans yet. We're eager to get it going. And it was a more recent creation by the legislature. I already touched upon the Next Gen program and the Alphon grant. I just wanted to mention as well, our outreach team does a tremendous amount of work in your communities on financial aid nights, helping students fill out the FAFSA with their families. We have a tremendous amount of resources online. If you check out our website, famemaine.com, we have pre-recorded videos, we have a YouTube channel, all resources to help teachers, students, Maine families think about filling out these forms or thinking about their financial aid awards and planning for higher education. I already touched upon our Claim Your Future tool, which is a device that interactive game that we created on our own. Are there any questions on those education programs? I know it's a lot to take in, and you'll certainly be learning more about it as we go through the session.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Norbert.
Yes, Senator.
Couple things on the Maine State grant loan. Do you know where is that expected family contribution capped?
Oh, excellent question. That changes each year, Senator. And I think just for the others, the EFC is the key. I'm not quite sure how to refer exactly, but it's what is expected by the student and their family from the financial aid offices at institutions they're planning on attending, what they're expected to contribute once they go through all these calculations about income, institutional aid, federal awards. And as the senator knows, it's a very important component. We try, each year we adjust the EFC. We're always trying to get it higher. So 0 EFC to help folks really reflects the neediest of students. And the bulk of Maine State grant, no doubt, goes to, is targeted by statute, by the legislature's direction, to be geared towards 0 EFC students. But the higher you go, you start reaching into lower middle class, and they have needs too. There's a lot of unmet need there, as you all know. And we always try, we fill the 0 EFCs and then leftover money. It varies each year. It's a complicated process we go through, but it depends how many students, the take rate, how many students took the grant, are going to attend college. But we try and bump that up higher and higher to where it might be 1,500 or it might be 5,000. It was 5,000 in the 5,000 EFC ballpark last year. Now, what does that mean to the rest of you? The senator probably knows this, but it's a rough translation in adjusted gross income. When you get to the 5,000 EFC, you're getting into the 50,000 something dollar per year. It's not much, 50,000 something per year household income. That's counting 2 adults and 2 dependents. So still, it's not a wealthy family, but it's now higher than 5,000. Last year, perhaps because of the pandemic and fewer people taking the grant, we were able to go back and raise it even higher. And I don't have the specific here, but I bet I'll have it before we end. But it's now crept higher into the 7,500 EFC level.
Well, I believe it's 10, I think we're targeting 10,000 for this.
10,000. Thank you, Carlos.
I believe we are.
That's very good news. And seeing these financial aid packages with students when I work with them is seeing people just make slightly too much or something happened that year or it's actually not that year, it's 2 years ago that the information they're using is can mean they're not getting much. And so I'm very happy to hear that we're able to be higher on that expected family contribution.
Yes,
So,
sir.
great.
It does fluctuate.
I thought it was by rule. So it is based on availability and what you project you'll have is what I'm hearing. Gotcha.
Yes, it changes. Yeah.
And then one other minor question, your health, your Maine Health professional loans, is that available to behavioral health students as well? Or is it a tighter listing?
Tighter. It's tighter. I will tell you, last year, we worked with this committee and legislators on a bill that didn't make it, but it was to greatly broaden this program to include, like you said, behavioral health, a much wider net of health professionals. And there was tremendous testimony, but the cost, the abrupt adjournment for COVID, it led to it not passing. But that is something we're always interested in.
Great. Thank you. And I'm looking for questions now. I see Representative Ducharme. Representative Ducharme?
I couldn't find myself on the mute. Sorry. I'm just wondering, just in full disclosure, Mr. Norbert, I'm a former banker, having had used the FAME program on the commercial side a number of times. Something that I've always been struck with, I remember, I think it was 2010, 11, 12 era. Prior to that, we always did student loans in the banks, and most local banks had a student loan program. And somewheres in that time frame, 10, 11, 12, and I can't remember when it was, somebody came through with an idea that all of these things should be administered through the federal government.
Mhm.
And it seems to me that from that point on, once the funding source for education changed, the cost of education skyrocketed. And as a conservative in this group, that really bothers me. And it also bothers me that we talk on one hand about how we need to forgive student loan debt, while at the same time we're facilitating piling on more student loan debt with programs. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the programs that you have are great, and I think you guys do a great job with them. But just in a general sense, can you speak to that?
Yeah. Yes, Representative Ducharme, thank you. Well, I was at FAME when I've been there 14 years, when the newly elected Obama administration made that great change to the FELP program you were referring to. That was a partnership between guarantee agencies like FAME and local banks and credit unions to provide affordable student loans, and to have, if they went bad, FAME in turn would guarantee the repayment of those up to a certain amount. And so we used to be a guarantor. And when the change, and it's true, the federal loans are now all made out of the U.S. Department of Education, Federal Direct. There are other types of student loans, I think you know. And FAME does offer some alternative student loans at very nice competitive rates. But there was a change there, and FAME cautioned the legislature, and our federal delegation really was the one grappling with it. We said that, there are some pluses to what you're looking to do. There was some scandalous activities by some of the big out-of-state lenders, but not the main local lenders. And so that's what caused a lot of the change. But we said, there's a difference between the guarantee agencies and these big, some of the big lenders who had gotten some bad press for some of the loans they made. And that really didn't win the day. And so this change was made. And so we sold off our portfolio a few years ago. So we're not involved in this. The Federal Direct, we're guaranteeing any more of these leftover student loans that were made with the banks. But I'll tell you, I do think the service was a lot better in that old day. People could contact us. We serviced these loans very attentively. We provided a lot of counseling and debt management counseling. We had very low default rates compared to other states, and the national rate has gone up a lot under the federal program. And we're still proud of FAME's rates, which were much lower. So yeah, I don't know whether there was a causal connection between the cost of higher ed and that change, but I know that there were some downsides to it. The service, the getting calls back from the big federal bureaucracy, it was a lot different. We do work very closely with banks and credit unions on our commercial side, and we enjoy a very good relationship. So I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. And it's interesting. You mentioned the servicing piece. I've become almost evangelistic about getting student loans paid off, because the people that are servicing them now, depending on what they're doing, if CFPB looked into them, they would probably lock some of them up, because I think some of them appear to be criminal what they're doing. It's just amazing how they're charging their interest and paying their interest, and how that crediting piece is going down the road.
Right.
I run into people that have been paying $400 or $500 a month on student loans for years, and they're still, they still owe a huge amount of money, or nearly what they borrowed. And it's because we start looking at it and say, okay, well, you paid this much money, but you had 10 student loans. So every month we put $50 on the interest, paid the interest on every one of those loans, as opposed to bundling them all together, having one interest bill and the rest go to principal. And they're doing that. And it's not at our level here at the state to take care of that. But boy, I'll tell you, I wish CFPB would look into that.
Right.
And I'm
Perhaps they will.
not going to be the guy that wants CFPB to really look into anything. So
Right. A
Thank
couple
you.
years ago, you're welcome. A couple years ago, the legislature enacted a student loan servicing bill of rights, and Will Lund out of the a different department, but it's the Consumer Credit Bureau under DPFR, Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. He's the state's ombudsman. FAME is a resource to him. We are at his resource if he needs any help. I'll also put out there that last night, President Biden extended the suspension of federal loan repayments and principal and interest through the end of September due to the pandemic and the economy. So,
do you know if that interest is going to continue to accrue?
that is a very good question. I can look into that and get back.
Because that's going to be, because that is, if the interest
Right.
is going to continue to accrue, all of this talk about deferring and delaying student
Right.
loans,
Right.
you might just as well not do it because it's going to blow up
Right.
in a
I
big
have
way.
Yes, I have a sense it isn't going to, but I'll double check for you.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Normer, I had a sense that you had more on your presentation, and I know you asked for questions, but I wasn't sure if that was a break or you were done. So
I'm done with mine, and I was hoping Carlos could finish up a bit on the commercial side if there's time, Senator. We want to be mindful of your time.
I have one person, one representative with a question. Representative Collimore, was your question around the education side, or was it more in the commercial side?
Around the education side.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll move on.
Okay, so I actually had a couple of questions based around the education side. First, I wondered if we could receive a list or a compilation of documents that details all of these programs that you've discussed between like the Doctors for Maine's Future
Yeah.
program, Educators for Maine loan. That's not a program I've ever heard of, and I'd be interested to learn more
Yeah.
about those and how I can distribute that information to constituents.
I'd be happy to.
Great. Also, I wondered when you were discussing the programs of like doing the one-stop shopping and expanding financial aid programs and then working financial education programs and working with the schools, I wondered how those are being advertised in schools in Maine. I know that the financial aid night is done at my local high school, but I haven't heard about these programs where you're encouraging the youth to look at how their finances will go compared to what they could make. And I feel like that's what's missing as part of the loss of our life skills programs in our public schools.
Yes. Well, yes. So we, our outreach team is happy to go to any school that requests it. And I can check with them about how they make arrangements if you have schools in your district you'd like us to consider. Keep in mind, we have limited staff and limited hours, but we do the very best we can. And a lot of this stuff is, as I said, online, including that interactive financial education game. It's available on free to play online. And we have people all over the globe, by the way, who play it. So it's scheduled through our outreach team. They work very closely with schools, the guidance counselors and others. So that's kind of how that works. And then you all are our best ambassadors when it comes to these financial aid nights, the FAFSA nights. We distribute annually information to you to get out to your districts. That has been tamped back during COVID. We're having online labs, which are available on our website. But that's how that works, really.
And just to add to what Bill said, Representative Gallimore, the program Claim Your Future was originally an in-class program, and we still deliver it in class, both at the middle school level and at the high school level, as Bill said, and it's headed by our outreach team and has broad support. So glad to help in any way we can.
Great. Thank you both very much.
You're welcome. So Carlos, I don't know if you can quickly try and get through the commercial side. Unfortunately,
Sure.
I took up too much time on you.
That's okay. On the commercial side, we partner, as Representative Ducharme said. We work with banks, credit unions, alternative lenders across the state and across the nation to bring capital to the state. Our goal is to better leverage capital reserves to support higher levels of economic development. We introduce new products and services that meet the unique needs of Maine markets and lenders through our commercial loan insurance program. We continue to morph it. One of the things we've developed is called our online application or our online answer program, which allows an institution to feed in their key credit data and get an immediate answer as to whether that credit is eligible for FAME insurance up to 75% and up to $1 million loan in its current form. And we've expanded our lender relationships. As I indicated before, we're now looking broadly nationally rather than just within the four corners of the state of Maine. We're including alternative lenders. We are reaching out to credit unions, and we have about 40 institutions that we partner with today to be able to provide credit support services. Those efforts in fiscal year 20 resulted in $78 million of direct debt capital being issued to 337 Maine companies and supporting over 5,000 businesses. 5,000 jobs, I'm sorry. So the way we do that is, as I said, we have a direct loan program that was funded by the state, in total of $18 million, that has been revolved over time and has had over or approaching $100 million in loans outstanding, supporting 25,000 jobs. The commercial loan insurance program that we partner with lenders that we talked about, that has contributed directly to $1.3 million in lending made to businesses around in the state. And that also is in partnership. So we're able to leverage all of the commercial lenders that we partner with a very modest team. Tax credits, we administer the seed capital and new markets tax credits for programs for the state, and we can go into them in more detail if you have some question. I want to thank the committee and the legislature for support in the last session, increasing the annual limit from 5 million to 15 million on seed capital. And that new markets is open for discussion. That program is essentially exhausted, but it comes before the committee and the legislature periodically for consideration or recapitalization. We're also a conduit commercial bond lender, both for nonprofits as well as municipal development and revenue bond funding. And what that does is that allows those projects to receive tax exempt funding. And that is a very important project. One of the big ones that we've done is we supported Maine Health's redevelopment of all of their computer applications to comply with the ACA provisions. And in doing that, that funding was well over $100 million, I believe approaching $150 million. And we were able to help them. We also partner with various state agencies and state departments. So the Department of Agriculture, we have 4 programs with them targeting specific parts of the agricultural market. We partner with the Maine Rural Development Authority to help them and underwrite their funding so that they can help redevelop and repurpose commercial properties in the state that have been neglected or are in need of help. And then we work with the Regional Economic Development Revolving Loan Program with all those regional economic development loan authorities. And totaling, my recollection, there's about 26 in total at one time. And that we partner with them to help administer that program and to be the funnel to get funding out. I want to leave you with this slide that is what I will say to someone if they catch me in the elevator for 30 seconds. And that is, since 1983, using those two programs that I talked about, the direct loan program, which was funded with $18 million by the state, and our commercial loan insurance program that started back in 1983, that has been funded over time, totaling about $38 million, $37 million, that has contributed both directly and indirectly to $2 billion, more than $2 billion in loan and equity capital, and has either created and or retained over 100,000 jobs, supporting all of Maine industries across all Maine job sectors, from technology to tourism to fishing to agriculture. All sectors have benefited from these programs.
Thank you, Carlos. I know we've run over time. I'll leave you with this. There are a couple slides illustrating the biennial budget impact as proposed on FAME. And let me just say we are grateful in this very difficult economic time for the governor's support. We've been flat funded as proposed. I realize you all could change that. Hopefully you'll help us maintain flat funding at this time, especially the student financial aid line. We're very grateful that that hasn't been cut, because as you know, it's a very difficult time for our students. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you very much. Really greatly appreciate it. We do have time for a couple questions. We are running a little bit over, but I'm seeing a break later on that we can cut into a little bit. So if there's one or two questions, we do have time. And I see Representative Austin. Representative Austin, I think you're still muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Mr. Norbert and Mr. Mello. Mr. Mello, thank you and welcome to what you're going to help us facilitate moving forward. And if I may, I don't think I heard anybody say this, but I don't think it will hurt to reiterate if they did. I'd like to task Mr. Norbert with just sending through to Mr. Wagner our gratitude and our thanks for his service to us over the many years. He's been such an asset, and he's been a very congenial collegiate, and I really want to thank him. So if you could do that for me, and perhaps on behalf of our past committee and now our new members as well, if they're welcome to. So would you do that?
I'd be delighted to, Representative Austin. Thank you. And Bruce wanted me to be remembered to you. In particular, you're the sole survivor, returner of this committee who knew him. And I'm sorry the rest of you won't get to know him, but he in particular asked me to convey his best wishes to you, Representative. So I will definitely do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Representative Collmore, did you have another question?
Yes, about the commercial stuff now. Thank you very much. I appreciate the full presentation that you guys have given. This, as I'm sure all of us who are new to this committee, has been a lot of information to absorb, and I'm excited to continue with our partnerships. I think FAME is a very important program, and I look forward to seeing its continuation. One of the things that I didn't know about FAME is that you have the commercial side. So I find that very interesting, because I only knew about FAME as part of the education loan assistance programs. And what I'm curious about is exactly how that direct loan to business program works. Is it targeted to specific businesses? Is it only for new businesses, for ones that are established that need help or maybe expanding? Because I have businesses in my area that could certainly benefit from some of this as they're trying to reestablish themselves.
It applies to all those that you stated. It was originally called the Economic Recovery Loan Program. So under the enabling statute, one of the requirements is that a company must have not been able to get financing from normal processes. And we take higher risk, but it is targeted towards startups. We support the 7 targeted industries that the legislature have established. But as I said before, we lend directly to all sectors within the state of Maine's economy.
So if I had a constituent who was interested in this particular program, since he has exhausted all of his other avenues of trying to get lending, how would I direct him to you to get that support?
You'd have him call FAME directly, and one of our customer service associates would be gladly put them in touch with a commercial loan officer to be able to help them. You can also have that person reach out directly to me, and I will have a commercial loan officer reach out to them as well.
And online,
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, I'm sorry. Online, there's information about the program and an application, just to give them a heads up, famemaine.com.
This individual doesn't even have internet yet. He's hoping to expand to include
Sure.
that. So it's been quite the process for him trying to get financing during COVID.
Sure.
Well, Mr. Norbert, Mr. Mello, thank you very much for presenting to us. And I also, I want to make sure everyone knows that their website is, the Fame Maine website is rich and has your annual reports. A lot of information. I feel like we just scratched the surface of information about Fame. And so we'll be moving forward. And thank you for the introduction. It's good to meet you.
You're very welcome. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
So next up is we will be, one second. Sorry, the Maine Venture Fund, and John Burns, are you here?
I am, Senator Curry.
Welcome. And would you do you plan on presenting via a shared screen, or are you just going to be speaking to us?
I do have a slide deck. I sent it to the clerk ahead of time, but I can also bring it up on my screen to share.
Go ahead and see if you can share yourself, and that way you can navigate through it well. That seems to be working.
All righty. Can you see the screen?
Yes, you're all good.
All right, let me go to presentation mode here. Excuse me. Okay. Go back to the beginning. Okay. Senator Curry, Representative Robertson, distinguished members of the committee. My name is John Burns, and I'm the Managing Director of the Maine Venture Fund. It's great to be in front of this committee with so many new members. And congratulations to both chairs of the committee for chairing this interesting committee that has jurisdiction over so many diverse entities. So it's a big challenge. We appreciate you taking it on. I'm also pleased that my own senator and representative are now part of the committee, Senator Lucchini and Representative Pebworth. So it's nice to be to have my own representatives and senators on this committee. And of course, our longstanding friend, Representative Austin from Gray. Nice to see you. So again, I'm John Burns. With me today, I think here are my colleagues, my team colleague, Joe Powers, and board chair, John Murray, and Tom Dunn. So this is the quick agenda we will run through. I'll try to be quick. Joe and I are going to tag team a little bit, leave a little bit of time for your questions and answers. Introductions, overview. What is the need for risk capital? Essentially, why does Maine Venture Fund exist? A little bit about the innovation support ecosystem in the state. We want to bring this to life for you by giving you an example of a company in which we have invested, our impact, and our 23-year record. So again, I am John. I've been managing this fund for a very long time. The fund actually was managed just with the board and the loan of a Fame loan officer for the first couple of years until I was hired. So I've been managing this fund for now 20 years, which is a little unbelievable to me. I was the portfolio manager and second vice president at Unum prior to that. My colleague Joe is, he's an investor, an entrepreneur, has worked for startup companies, including Tesla. So he understands scalable companies. He understands what it means to be an entrepreneur. He's an MBA from Tuck, and it's my pleasure to work with Joe. Our board chair, John Murray, has a long, successful career in sales and distribution, mostly with technology companies. And our vice chair, Tom Dunn, is a retired Accenture partner. Our mission at Maine Venture Fund is to invest in dynamic Maine businesses that have the potential for significant growth and impact in the state. So a little bit of 101 for this committee. Many of you are, I'm sure, not very familiar with the Maine Venture Fund. Maine Venture Fund was created by the 117th Maine legislature, so that was 13 ago, in the mid to late 90s in the King administration when he was governor, not senator. Along with other programs at the time, including the Maine Technology Institute, which is sort of a sister organization to ours. It was created as the Small Enterprise Growth Fund. We rebranded about a decade ago, actually, to help the market better understand what we do, but the legislatively given name, it still exists, Small Enterprise Growth Fund. So don't be confused with those names. Over time, the state has put $19.5 million into the fund, and the intent is for it to be a revolving evergreen fund. So to the extent we get returns on investment, they go back out into new investments in Maine-based companies. We make equity and near equity investments. So we are investing as minority owners of the companies in which we invest, and we do everything and anything we can to help them succeed and grow. As I said, returns are reinvested. As I said, we are publicly funded, and the fund is managed by an experienced professional management team, as I introduced myself and Joe, and overseen by a professional board of directors. The board is 11 members strong. 10 of those people are private sector individuals with relevant experience. They are all appointed by the governor through the boards and commissions process. The 11th director is the DEC decommissioner or her designee. We invest in companies through a competitive process. So we are looking for those select companies that have the blend of ability to scale significantly and make a significant impact on employment in the state, and that would be good Maine employers, good for the economy, fit well with sectors that are in the state that we're trying to grow and develop in conjunction with our peers. The need for risk capital. As many of you know, if you're familiar with venture capital, almost all venture capital in the country goes to several markets, several in California, Silicon Valley in particular, Boston area, New York, Austin is emerging as a center, and some others. States like Maine tend to be what they call flyover states. So very little venture capital activity in a state like Maine. Venture-backed companies tend to spend more on research and development, which is something that Maine has tried to drive. You've all probably seen the recent measures of growth that Maine Development Foundation produces that continues to have as one of the red flags the Maine's spending on research and development. We're about 8% of GDP, as you can see there, versus 2.8% US average. The Massachusetts number is more like 4%, and Maine ranks 46 out of 50 in R&D spending. So we continue to be low on that score. R&D grants, MTI awards, SBIR grants, those are all extraordinarily helpful at the early end. But companies need, once they hit the commercial realm, they need capital that is not debt capital, that doesn't need to be repaid, that doesn't force the company to pay back cash when they desperately need cash flow for growth, if they can even get debt capital because of inability to show debt service coverage ratios, et cetera, when they're young and growing. This is a chart that hopefully you've seen before and you'll probably see again. This is something that was developed actually by the CEO of Fame years ago, and hangs on a wall in their boardroom if you've been in Fame's boardroom. So this is pretty much a copy of that slide, showing basically where the finance programs in Maine sit on a continuum. So to orient you to the continuum, on the left end is a company at its earliest stages, concept, all the way through to the right to a company that's growing, strong, independent, can get bank debt, et cetera. So there are a number of initiatives in Maine to help companies incubate and accelerate in particular the Maine Center for Entrepreneurs in Portland, what is now called the Upstart program around the University of Maine and up in the Orono area. The aquaculture incubators, the 2 physical incubators linked to the university, state-owned. So there is some good early stage support for a number of companies in the state. Maine Technology, of course, Maine Technology Institute, of course, gets a significant annual appropriation, 90 to 93% of which they pass through in grants, early stage loans, and some equity top-off. And then on the right side are some of the FAME programs. You were just talking to Bill and Carlos and our friends there. And perhaps more to your point, Representative Cullimore, that predominantly what FAME does on the business side is loan insurance. So they work closely with banks across the state to backstop loans. So in other words, if a business in your community went to the local bank and the bank said, well, it's a little bit too risky for me, but if FAME will insure it to some degree, then I'll make the loan. So FAME's, a large part of FAME's business is that loan insurance portfolio. In the middle, where companies are striving to sort of get into the commercial realm and grow from that early commercial stage to a self-sustainable, profitable company, that's one of the big chasms in funding for growth companies. And that's where Maine Venture Fund comes in. I will note at this moment too, that I just want to call out FAME as our partner. So all of the funding that comes to MVF comes through FAME. So to the extent that the state issues bond issues or has an appropriation, the capital flows through the Finance Authority of Maine. And we contract with the Finance Authority of Maine essentially for all of our sort of banking needs, if you will. So Maine, to the extent that we have cash assets, which of course we do, those are commingled with FAME's funds and managed as, through their own internal cash management. And then our funds, to the extent that we invest in companies and get returns from companies, flow back to the Finance Authority of Maine for the Maine Venture Fund account. We also work closely with Bill on legislative issues and with their general counsel on anything we need on the legal side. So FAME is a key partner for the Maine Venture Fund. I'm going to turn it over at the moment to for my colleague Joe to the balance, and then we look forward to your questions. So Joe will take it away.
Thank you, John, and good afternoon, Senator Curry and members of the committee. So yeah, a little snapshot into Atlantic Sea Farms. This is a really great example of the triple bottom line type companies that Maine Venture Fund seeks to support. And hopefully, by the way, you've all received some samples that were sent along, and they're on your respective desks. Hopefully those made it. But just to give you some backstory behind those samples and the company itself, Atlantic Sea Farms was formed 10 years ago. And the idea at the time was to produce commercial kelp. They were one of the first with this idea and initiative. And they created a small farm near Portland and slowly grew to incorporate also fishermen who were growing kelp from wild stands up and down the coast. And then in 2016, the company finally decided that they were ready to scale, ready to bring in outside investors to really accelerate. And Maine Venture Fund came into the picture working together with Coastal Enterprises, which, as many of you know, is a community development financial institution in the state of Maine, as well as the Island Institute, which is a nonprofit strengthening coastal island and coastal communities, as well as a few individual investors. So the cohort gathered together, raised funds, and allowed the company to create a processing facility, begin to form distribution channels. And it all came to a skidding halt shortly after the funding came together, because the company found an invasive species, which essentially froze all of their product for about 9 months. So they had no revenue, they were in debt. The company's future was very much in doubt. But at that point, many could sense the potential of kelp and of this company and the impact in Maine. So Maine Venture Fund, along with those same investors, doubled down and invested again and worked alongside the company to help guide it through those dark days. And by 2018, finally, the company was ready to kind of had clawed its way back to sort of that pre-catastrophe level. But the challenges were still legion. And Maine Venture Fund again leaned in here to help the company transition leadership to a new CEO, Brianna Warner, who had worked with the company in her role at the Island Institute and had a background as a civil servant and a diplomat. So with a fresh perspective and a new round of capital, again, coming from Maine Venture Fund and some new partners this time, Bree brought the company to whole new heights. She doubled revenue for each year of the past 3 years. She is in this year looking at producing 1 million pounds of kelp. And to achieve this, she expanded the producer network. She shifted to rely 100% on Maine fishermen cultivating their own kelp farms. Many of them are lobstermen, actually, that are producing kelp in the off season. She invested research and development dollars to develop a cutting edge hatchery facility, and the company invested in custom equipment and really established itself on the national scene with distribution channels and partnerships that's won the company accolades across the industry. So today, the company is a driving force behind the fast-growing kelp domestic seaweed market and has inspired several other folks in the space as well. So we want to show just a quick 60-second link to Bree and her Director of Sales and Marketing, Jesse, talking about Atlantic Sea Farms.
Okay.
Hopefully this works.
Hey, I'm Bree. And I'm Jesse. And we're from Atlantic Sea Farms, a woman-run company and a first mover in the seaweed space. So seaweed is an $11.9 billion industry worldwide and growing at 9% a year. Yet 98% of what we eat in the United States is actually imported from halfway across the world and often grown in compromised waters.
So what makes our seaweed different? We're growing kelp right here in the state of Maine in the clean, cold water. We're working with local lobster fishermen to grow it for us in their off-season, which helps diversify the coastal economy here in Maine and also helps improve the health of our oceans.
It's not only good for the environment and good for consumers, though, but it tastes really good. So we have 5 super innovative products that are all made of fresh kelp. No more of that dried stuff that we get from elsewhere. This is 5 fresh kelp products that are good for you and they taste delicious and are super easy to use. We believe that good food should do good.
Help us help the earth.
Help the earth.
All right. Always nice to have a little multimedia to mix it up. We really enjoy working with Bree and her team. They're fantastic.
Demand for seafood is increasing around the world, and the United States is no exception. Providing enough fish for a group.
It was too good to believe that would go.
We made it. Thanks, John.
Okay.
So John will flip to the next slide here. But one thing what we wanted to highlight is that Maine Venture Fund provides more than just funding. So for all of our investments, we focus on several items beyond the funding itself. Our management team, first I would say our management team obviously includes experienced individuals who are mentoring, not just investing. And that continues for the lifetime of the investment. And number 2, John mentioned our 11-member volunteer board of directors. These folks have a broad range of experience across mostly private industry, and this helps minimize the program cost and makes it super efficient. Third, as part of every investment, we also have a strong focus on building effective company boards and helping them build their best practices. So that's a big part of what we add as well. We also, as evidenced in this example that we just mentioned with Atlantic Sea Farms, we take a collaborative approach to public and private co-investing and just working with stakeholders in general to support companies. And last, we are actively cultivating outreach beyond Maine to attract capital, talent, and know-how. And there's increasingly interest from outside the state in what's going on here and the opportunities and the potential here. And on the next slide, we just wanted to highlight our track record over the past 24 years. And credit here really goes to John Burns, who's been at the helm of the fund for almost that entire period. During that time, we've stewarded state capital well with positive financial returns over the life of the fund. In so doing, we've demonstrated the ability to return capital back to the fund. That's the evergreen model that John mentioned of recycling the funding that we do get, hopefully as many times as possible. So it's working, it's sustainable. In addition to state funding, we've also secured and deployed $4.5 million of Jobs Act funding from the federal government. We have a statutory requirement for a one-to-one match, meaning every dollar we deploy, we are required to find at least $1 of match from other investors. Historically, that ratio has been 1 to 8. So the multiplying effect of our investment has been substantial. And finally, our active portfolio currently includes 28 companies across a wide variety of industries. And those employ well over 500 Mainers at above average salaries. And a couple of last quick anecdotes on that employment number. One, we are investing in companies that have major ambitions. These companies are trying to grow 10, 100x in size. One company we invested in is called Blue Tarp. We invested back in 2004 in two brothers with an idea, and that company sold last year to Capital One at 160 employees, and Capital One kept the footprint here in Maine and is growing operations. Another great example is Hyperlight Mountain Gear. Many of you have heard of this company. We invested in 2014. The company had 13 employees and slowly and steadily grew to 50 pre-pandemic. When the pandemic hit, they completely pivoted and put almost all of their resources into PPE production and hired an additional 30 people. So they're about 80 currently. So they're down in Biddeford. So that's the type of impact that we love to see. And at a portfolio level, we expect overall job growth from last year to this year. So it just speaks to the resilience of Maine entrepreneurs and the outsized economic impact that these companies have and the importance in supporting them. So thank you for your time, and John and I and John and Tom are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. While we're waiting for questions, I don't see any hands up yet. Can you address the question? I have a question. Can you address, as you look at states that have a similar demographic to us or a similar size, and where are the gaps in our entrepreneurial ecosystem? What are we, where would you love to see more, and areas, what would you like to see strengthened?
Yeah, that's right on point, and on point to what the governor's recent Economic Recovery Committee report tries to address. There are several gaps and chasms in the funding and support continuum, I would say. Clearly, Maine Venture Fund's focus area is one of them. I think that the need for early stage capital that's willing to take a risk, essentially willing to lose all of its capital, is a place where continued support and perhaps more support is needed. Another thing that many of you have probably seen that we've experienced a number of times are we see time to time in Maine, it seems more frequently of late, large projects that want to come to the state, be it a land-based fish farm or a biochar plant or a geo lab in Madison, Representative Ducharme, things that require a great deal of upfront capital to do the permitting, to do the capital equipment purchasing, but there's not a business there yet per se. I frankly am not sure exactly what the state's role in that ought to be. I think we ought to be as supportive as possible. Whether or not that's a good use of state's capital, I guess is a point that can be debated. But there's more and more of those kinds of projects, but they need that sort of deeper pocketed early support. And that's sort of a project finance issue. And there are certainly firms and experts in project finance around the country and certainly in Maine. But that's an area of need, I think, to get some of these, sort of large employment opportunities up and going. But I think Maine's real focus areas are appropriately where Maine Venture Fund operates and Maine Technology operates, which are predominantly, at least for Maine Venture Fund, in the scalable businesses that, if successful, can generate real meaningful job growth in jobs that pay well with great benefits. Blue Tarp was a great example. Certify was another very successful investment of ours in Portland that grew from 4 employees to 150 or to about 100 employees and sold to a private equity firm a few years ago. So sort of a long answer, Senator Curry, but it's a complex one.
Thank you. Let's see, Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Burns, thank you so much for such a great presentation. I have sort of a question about Maine's perception. So I'm thinking of 2 recent projects. One was the hoped for wind farm in Eastport, and the other is currently the salmon farm in Belfast. And it seems like the issue was not that they lacked venture capital. It seemed either Maine didn't have the political will to invite a company that's now spent $1 billion in Scotland, or that environmentally there was rigorous and vigorous opposition. Could you speak to that? Could you speak to how much of Maine's sort of position it takes when out of state or out of nation companies come to start something? Because it didn't strike me in those 2 incidents that it was money that was preventing things.
Yeah, well, that might, I guess this is mostly personal opinion because these aren't the types of opportunities we work with here at Maine Venture Fund. I think there's certainly, Maine, I think, has continuing work to do to be considered welcoming and business friendly to businesses like that. I think in part what you were implying. I think there is a long and healthy strain in Maine of being focused on environmental protection in Maine, which, I think, what we all want is for the economy to grow and there to be good jobs, but we don't want to ruin what makes Maine, Maine, right? So we want to, as a report many, many years ago said, we want to grow without trash.
The balance is tough.
Yeah, the balance is tough. So, I think to the extent that we can be as business friendly as possible, but holding to our values as a state in terms of impact on the environment, transparency with stakeholders. I think a lot of that is transparency with stakeholders, right? So if a company has plans or politicians have plans for an area, they need to be really clear and transparent about what the impacts might be and what the process is going to be and what the benefits and costs are going to be.
Thank you.
And Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe, to you, just as a beginner, I want to say, would you please thank the folks at Atlantic Sea Farm? I could not imagine what that box was on my doorstep. So I did get it open and I said, holy Toledo. So thank you to them for that. Secondly, John, were the 2 young ladies in the video, were they at any time a part of the UMaine, let's say, continuum coming out of there, or Bailey Island, or any of that to get their start?
Well, Joe might know better. Brianna, as Joe said, used to work at the Island Institute. Prior to that, she was actually a foreign service officer. So I don't think she came through UMaine, but I'm not as familiar with Jesse's background.
Yeah, I don't believe Jessie has a connection with UMaine in particular. I think she grew up here, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing, John, for you, we used to talk about angel funds. Do you still refer to them in that manner? Are they still part of the scheme?
Yes, thank you, Representative Austin. That's a great point for the whole committee. So many early stage companies get support from angel investors. An angel investor is another term for a high net worth individual that can invest in privately placed securities. So the SEC says as long as you are wealthy, either in terms of income or assets, that you are free and clear to purchase securities sold by privately held companies. So around the country, there are angel groups and sometimes angel funds. Maine, we're lucky in Maine to have an organized, active group called the Maine Angels, which meets monthly in Portland. They've got a group in Bangor as well that they work collaboratively with, and now they've actually created a sidecar fund at Maine Angels so that they have a pool of money from which to invest. Most angel groups collaborate in terms of looking for deals and doing diligence, but they invest as individuals. Some pool their money, as I just stated, and invest from that pool. So we're lucky now in Maine to have an angel group that has both available.
So John, with that in-house group, in-state group, is that a combination of out-of-state investors plus Maine, or strictly a Maine investors?
Mostly the latter, Representative Austin. Yeah, I think there are a few people that join the group that aren't necessarily resident in Maine at the time or full-time, but they're mostly people that live in southern Maine or the Bangor area, or perhaps elsewhere that work together.
Okay, thank you so much.
Further to your point, Maine Angels and their members are often co-investors with us in our deals, and we share information with them. We share information with Coastal Ventures, the for-profit subsidiary of CEI. They are often our partners in investing in companies. FAME, we work collaboratively with FAME lenders where we can to bring them in. So there's a good bit of collaboration throughout the ecosystem in Maine.
Circular. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that wraps up our questions. Thank you, Mr. Burns, and thank you very much. And I've lost Mr. Powers. There you are. So thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to, I'm sure we will be seeing you in various ways throughout the session and over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and for any of the members, feel free to reach out with questions. We're happy to answer them at any time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Members, I recognize we are running a little bit late. We will cut in, but we will hold. We will have a break, but not yet. And our next presenter, and we will make sure that Yellow Green and Maine Development Foundation has their allotted time as well. So Yellow Green from Maine Development Foundation is here to present, and the floor is yours, Mr. Breen. And would you like to share screen?
Yeah, I'll do that in just 1 second, Senator, if you can enable me. Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts. I will say I have a little bit of flexibility. So if you sense that the committee is desperate for a 5-minute break, I'm fine to go a little more out of sequence. So you tell me.
I'm looking at eyes. I think we're okay.
Okay. I didn't want to be the one keeping people there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me. As you said, I am Yellow Light Breen. I'm the CEO of the Maine Development Foundation, which is a rather unique entity, and I'll explain that in a second. I'm broadcasting to you live from Holden, Maine, just outside of Greater Bangor here. And our offices are in Hollowell, around the corner from the state complex, but we've, like most people, been mostly remote for the past 9-10 months. I've got some slides, too many of them. A lot of them are pictures, so I'll rush through them to not cut into our Q&A. So let me see if I can pull this off. Is that working? Excellent. And I will just say, I personally want to thank you all for your service. Some of you have been in the legislature. I think a couple of you are brand new. Just as a citizen of Maine, I know how hard you all work and how thankless that work can sometimes be. And I think everyone presenting to you this week, if we can be resources and assets, we want to be. So MDF, I'll use the shorthand a lot. It's the way most people know us here at our little company. We touch a lot of different things, so I will try to explain the common threads and vision that tie those things together. Some of you are very familiar with our programs. I see a number of you are frequent flyers in our Policy Leaders Academy offerings for you. This session, I think tomorrow, is the 5th of 7 sessions. And I know a lot of you have partaken. So some of you are quite familiar, some not so. But a lot of what we do, we can fit into these broad 3 areas: trusted research, leadership development, and what we think of as creative cross-sector partnerships. And those things really work together and underpin the work. I came to MDF about 5.5 years ago, after 12.5 years at Bangor Savings, but 5.5 years in state government before that. So I've worked across different sectors, and MDF really was created to work across sectors and bring people together. So we are actually legislatively chartered, like some of the folks you're hearing from, and yet created and designed to be independent at the same time. So it's an interesting hybrid, and really a chance to explain what is a public-private partnership. So created in statute in the late 70s, but created with a separate 501c3 structure with a board that's drawn from our membership, and a board that is by statute equally balanced between for-profit interests and education, nonprofit, and governmental interests, and 2 ex officio appointments from the governor's cabinet. So the state is at the table, but the rest of our board bridges a lot of other sectors. And ultimately, a lot of our work is to bring people together to find common ground on really complex long-range issues around economic growth. And some of that spawns initiatives like the kind that you're hearing about today. There's a few phrases from the statute that I always find really wonderful in trying to explain, what is a public-private partnership. Some of these words kind of are striking to me after all these years, but this idea of having a new basis for a creative partnership of the private and public sectors for economic development, which leverages both, but doesn't compromise the public interest or the profit motive. So I think unlike a lot of other NGOs, we probably are tuned to trying to think about problems the way the private sector thinks about them, but to help government, for-profit entities, and increasingly philanthropy in Maine work together on them. And I love this phrase, that we want to create an improved climate for economic development through the judicious use of the public and private nature of the foundation to provide objective analysis and develop broad consensus. It's an interesting thing we always talk about, which is that developing broad consensus and being kind of a centrist organization can't mean that you don't stand for anything, given that these are thorny and sometimes controversial issues that we have to face as a state. But how do we come at those issues in a way that has a chance of broadening rather than limiting the consensus about how to move forward? And the analysis piece, I think, we by statute staff the Economic Growth Council. So you'll see a lot of materials I have today, and I suggested that we come back to brief the committee more about the measures of growth, which come out annually from the Growth Council. We by statute staff that group. And the Maine Downtown Center is something that we host here at MDF, but actually has its own snippet of statutory enabling language as a public-private partnership in its own right. So kind of a public-private partnership within a partnership here at MDF. So we are created by the state, aimed by the state to bring people together. And I think the nimbleness of what we can bring to the table in that regard can often be very helpful. And we have and now host a lot of different programs. Here's kind of a quick thumbnail array of those. I sent out a PDF which has a 1 or 2 pager on each one of these programs so that you can kind of go deeper than what I can do in a slideshow. But again, the policy and research area, hinged on measures of growth. And when I came to this job, a lot of legislators and others said to me, what we really love about MDF? We really love the fact that you guys are nonpartisan. And I thought to myself, what does that even mean, given that by federal law, every 501c3 is nominally at least nonpartisan? And I figured out, I think what they meant was, we trust you to be driven by the data. Not that you don't have a point of view, but that you don't come at the issue kind of defending, predefined ideological turf. You're trying to go where the data takes you about the issues in the Maine economy. And that's an important mandate and an important expectation for us to be true to here at MDF. We do a lot in leadership development. I think along the journey here for us as an organization, we realized you can only touch so many issues by directly collaborating with people. But what if we had programs that over the course of time trained hundreds and literally now a couple of thousand Mainers from all sectors to have heightened insight about the Maine economy its assets and its barriers and its drivers, and to have heightened tools for collaboration and for building partnership and consensus. So now we have a couple thousand people, and in a typical year, 70 new ones going through some of these cohorts, as well as what we do for the legislature, to try to really have an impact that goes beyond our doors of what we're directly involved in. The programs and partnerships, we have 3 that are really marquee today, and they're rather diverse because, again, we often are invited to host convenings where people are trying to figure out how to move substantial work forward. Maine Downtown Center's a partnership that's been with us by statute for over 20 years. Some other things come and go on a catalytic basis or when we get a grant or an invite to do something. We're involved with Maine Spark, which I think you heard about this morning. And we specifically are the project manager for the Adult Promise track of Maine Spark, working with the single biggest demographic of people who need to tap into education and upskilling, and that's our adult learners, most of whom are holding down a job and raising a family while they go back to work. And that was a case where several years ago, Maine Community Foundation, one of the state's largest private foundations, asked us to bring the chancellor of the university and the president of the community college together to figure out how we could forge a way to tackle the challenges of adult learners across various systems and make the systems and policy changes that would help them. And then finally, another marquee program with us today, we are the project managers for something called the Forest Opportunity Roadmap for Maine. And that's an effort that is federally funded where the congressional delegation asked us if we would be willing to take on the hosting responsibilities for the project and orchestrate and coordinate it. We brought 13 different federal agencies to Maine to really understand the massive dislocation of 6 paper mill closings in just a couple of years span in the first half of this decade, of this past decade, and to work with community, industry, and the research assets at the university to chart a path forward. And we're in the middle of that project today. So those are 3 examples of how we're the common ground and kind of the grease and the glue. But we're not necessarily the ones that take credit. We're not necessarily the ones that can drive the action, but we provide the common ground, the grease and the glue. All of our work and the work you've been hearing about all day is aimed at this. How do we recover? How do we recover and grow back opportunities for Maine people? These are the last 7 or 8 recessions. You can see that dark blue line. It took us 9 or 10 years to recover full employment in the last Great Recession. All of us hope that we can be really astute about, even with limited resources, the targeted investments and the targeted collaborations that will shorten that horizon a lot better than we were able to coming out of the last Great Recession. So on the research side, measures of growth is the anchor for us. We try to use it to build all the rest of our work around. I'll get into more of that on Tuesday with you all. You should have received a hard copy of the measures of growth at your home in the mail. Both the long and short versions are readily available on our website. But we then use that data to inform things like the Making Maine Work platform with the State Chamber and with Educate Maine that we put out back in 2018. We use that research to be a partner in and to inform the work of the 10-year economic strategy that was released a year ago, and that we hope will continue to drive and be the true north, I think, as the governor and Commissioner Johnson put it, for our efforts moving forward. And that 10-year strategy was the goalposts for the work of the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee over the past 9 months or so. So we try to not just put out data, but then to use data to be a player and a partner in moving the work forward with these groups. I have the great privilege of being asked to serve on the implementation steering committee for the 10-year economic strategy. And we're just rebooting that work, taking off on kind of the reboot from the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee. In the end, we're guided by this vision, which is that our goal is not just higher wages, more jobs, capital investment. Our goal is a high quality of life for all Maine people. The Economic Growth Council adopted this goal a couple of decades ago. We hew to it in all of our work, which is to say, if we did those things in the economy, but at the expense of a healthy environment and vibrant, livable communities, it wouldn't have been worth it anyway. And as hard as driving that absolute economic growth is, how do we drive it in a way, and I think John Burns just mentioned this in response to one of your questions, how do we drive it in a way that's compatible to the Maine that we all want? That's even harder. So when it transitions from this idea of being grounded in research and hard and sometimes hard to recognize and admit data, this question of who leads. So we run this program called Institute for Civic Leadership, been going 26, 27 years, try to build leadership skills in a whole host of folks, you know, from every walk of life in communities in Maine. Some of them are established leaders, some of them are aspirational leaders. How do we equip them to lead better? Leadership Maine, which I jokingly sometimes call a glorified 14-day field trip across Maine. And these programs, by the way, are open to legislators. We charge a decent tuition, but we have extremely accommodating scholarship. So don't let cost be a barrier to you as a leader if you want to participate in these programs. But we take a group every year across not only in-place programming, but experiential programming in all corners of Maine. I'll never forget a few years ago when our bus tour landed at Puritan Medical Products in little old Guilford, Maine, long before it achieved the international notoriety that it's achieved over this past year. The class was just blown away, right, by this pocket of world-class excellence in an unlooked to corner of our state. And that is true in every corner of our state. And we try to turn people on to how those world-class nodes get developed, how we can nurture them and build off of them. Lately, of course, a lot of our efforts are in this mode that we're all in. We're trying to continue to drive forward offerings in hopes of, you know, being able to be out in the field again this fall. The face of leadership in Maine is changing. I think that's a challenge all of us have to wrestle with. We're committed to wrestling with it in our programs. How do we make sure our programs are inclusive and diverse, but also, frankly, equip people with a vision of equity about what Maine is going to have to become in order to truly thrive. And then finally, as I said, Policy Leaders Academy is the part of our leadership development offerings. We have this amazingly unique partnership with legislative leadership and the Legislative Council to offer you this program. There's a session tomorrow morning. There's a session the next 2 Friday mornings, talent tomorrow, infrastructure next Friday, and then innovation and entrepreneurship the week after that. So we hope to see as many of you as we can in those sessions where we can go deeper on what came out of the governor's Economic Recovery Committee and who's working to move it forward. And this gives you a sense of cross-sector, what we mean by cross-sector partnerships. This is how we work at MDF, working with the business community, working with the higher ed community, working with the philanthropic community, working with policymakers like yourselves, and working with other critical nonprofits like Educate Maine. That is kind of a classic of illustration of how we work. So the 3 partnerships we have, I touched on a little bit their genesis, but focusing on partnerships, investing in people, communities, and innovation. Not surprisingly, 3 themes that permeate the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee recommendations. Within Maine Spark, that goal that you've heard about of how do we have a step change in the skill and education and knowledge level of Maine's workforce? Does it mean everyone needs a 4-year degree? Absolutely not. But most of our working population is going to need significant skill, whether it's industry credential, whether it's really meaningful OJT, whether it's technical certification, whether it's 2- and 4-year degree. And within that, we work with adults. And unfortunately, even though, you know, the hundreds of thousands of working adults are percentage-wise, there's just no escaping the inevitability of the numbers and the demographics. there's just not enough high school students coming out of Maine high schools in any given, say, 5-year period. And there's not enough in migration, as much as we want to juice in migration, in any 5-year period to make a step change in the skill level of Maine's workforce. The key is investing in the people who are already out there, where life is getting in the way for them. I think the numbers are that 70% of them are working, most full-time, and 40% of them are raising a family while they're trying to go back to school. And that's just enormous. We have developed with our partners a statewide portal to really connect people to the right programs for them, and to connect them, more importantly, to the advising and navigational, what we call navigational resources in their own community. And then to connect those navigators and counselors to each other. Because here's the thing, right? It's not just like, well, what degree do I want to earn? It's all this stuff of how do I do the remedial work to get ready? How do I improve my English as a second language skills? I'm switching careers. How do I find childcare? My car just broke down. You know, I don't have enough money for a winter coat. You name it, right? This is the thing that the career counselor, the student counseling staff at our institutions work with, and so do the CAP agencies, Adult Ed, and everyone else. On the downtown center side, we are the host for the Main Street program in Maine. It's a national program. There are thousands of communities doing this work across the country. We like to think that Maine is a national leader. And we have these dozens of communities that you can see on screen that are formally involved in the work in Maine. Some, those gold stars, are doing it at that really mature, really intense level, usually with the equivalent of a full-time staff or close to it. And there are many doing it at a lesser level of intensity with the red dots. And there are many with the blue dots who continue to show up periodically to our program, but haven't been able to sustain a formal commitment to the program. It's not rocket science. The essence of this program, just to give you a sense, is that you need to have, in this national Main Street model, you need to have equal commitment from the local small business community, from municipal government, and from the actual residents of your downtown. Equal energy, oftentimes equal funding. And then you need to be working in lockstep on the sustainability of that effort, the small business diversification and retention and attraction efforts that fit your own community, not some cookie cutter community somewhere else. You need to be working on the marketing and promotion. That's the part that we all usually see, is just the holiday festivals and the street fairs and the farmers markets. But that's actually only one of the angles that you need to work on. And then finally, you need to work on all those things with the infrastructure in terms of facade improvement, traffic flow issues, parking, riverfront redevelopment, you name it. So the point is, everybody has to be in on it, and you have to take a balanced, multifaceted approach that's unique to your community. Sounds easy, right? The model isn't rocket science. It's embracing and sustaining and persisting in the model that is hard. But look at those numbers. It speaks for itself. What's not on here is the hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours that are devoted in these communities. These numbers, by the way, are only from the 10 Gold Star communities, the 10 full-fledged Main Streets, because they're the only ones we've been able to put the data collection burden onto, given what they're getting out of the program. A lot of it has been, how do we sustain and survive through this just incredibly intense, survival pressure on retail, on hospitality-driven businesses, on core downtowns. We've done everything we can to help coach these communities through that. At first, we were doing virtually every Friday a connect point between these dozens of communities to share best practices, to connect them to resources, to frankly just sustain each other and kind of inspire each other and hold each other up through what's been extremely trying times. There's pockets, though, where the counter-cyclical nature of what we do has just incredible. Been a 1,000% increase in online sales, for this flagship company, Maine Grains and Skowhegan, and little pockets like that across Maine. How do we leverage that? There's an opportunity to do things differently out of necessity. How do we survive long enough, to reinvent the opportunities for these communities in this coming year, so that they can truly be the place that I think even for those of us who don't live in or spend, the lion's share of our time in these downtowns, they still define, frankly, right, our kind of mental and emotional concept of what makes a community that we're part of. And that's really important. Innovation, it matters now more than ever. I mentioned that with the transition. Imagine Maine and the country trying to respond to the pandemic without the resources of world-class anchors like Puritan Medical Products, IDEXX, Jackson Lab, and Abbott Labs. What they've done for America and what they've done for Maine just goes to show how the investment in world-class innovation can drive crisis response, but it also will drive our economic opportunity moving forward. And that's clearer than ever. You'll hear me talk about the data on that on Tuesday in Measures of Growth. We, as I said, are the host for Forest Opportunity Roadmap, really more the project manager. And again, this is what we mean when we say a public-private partnership. So you've got nonprofits like us, trade groups like the Forest Products Council and the Small Woodland Owners, federal funders, federal partners, the university system, and then we're working with 10 of the communities that either lost paper mills or were most vulnerable to having a mature dominant employer. And the innovation part is, where are we going with this? It's not what it is today. It's the fact that everything made out of fossil fuels today can be made out of wood fiber tomorrow. And that could be, industrial scale composite manufacturing and 3D printing. We're doing, you might say, how do you keep doing any of this work, Yellow, in the face of a pandemic when no one can go to a global trade show, no one can do a trade mission, no one can go to a conference? How do you do this stuff? So there was a lot of stuff we could still do remotely in terms of assessing the global landscape of how does Maine fit in. Who has succeeded at the most at exactly the kind of future products that Maine sees the most opportunity in, and how can we leverage the lessons learned? And by the way, at the end of the day, it isn't, to some of the questions you've posed, just as flat out as the cost of doing business or tax rates. It's the entire enabling ecosystem. Do we have a healthy logging infrastructure? Do we have a healthy R&D ecosystem in this sector in Maine? Do we have healthy workforce training initiatives that companies can tap into in the state? And are policymakers and communities receptive and open to, in essence, co-designing, what it takes to succeed here? That whole ecosystem, not just one variable. We did do a virtual trade mission with Finland, who has a ton of world-class players in this future space. And we've been working to support the communities with our friends at the Maine Rural Development Authority, which is staffed right here at DECD, and some of our federal partners. And that partnership between feds and state MRDA resulted in the ability for us to keep helping communities move their brownfields redevelopment efforts down the road this year with some really substantial help. So, and then finally, I think I'm at the end here, Senator Curry, we were able to offer everything we've learned in 4.5 years of working on ForMaine to our colleagues over in the sea-based industries. And they were able to win a multi-year, multi-million-dollar EDA grant through MTI to bring the same type of cast of players together for something they chose to moniker CMaine instead of ForMaine. So it's really exciting to see not only what we're doing, help who we set out to help, but to help others in Maine with a replicable model of how you can work together to move things forward. So a lot of exciting, cool stuff. And I apologize, I knew I was trying to do too much, but hopefully there's still a little bit of time for true dialogue. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Questions? What questions do the members have? And I have lost our participant list. 1 second.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation. It was very informative, and I just have to say how excited I was to see the boat. That is actually the facility that I work in, so it's cool to see it included in in one of the presentations. One of the questions I have with like increasing those forest products things is how involved you all are with things like Old Town, trying to bring in that CLT thing that keeps getting put off and put off. And as somebody who really wants to utilize that technology and have a plant in Maine instead of having to contract all the way almost to the West Coast for the only other manufacturing facility in the US, I'm just curious about how you work with them to help that move forward even in pandemic times.
Yeah, great question. So we are doing a few things. One is that a very explicit part of the project is to tighten down how the various federal agencies and key players like UMaine, because oftentimes when someone is interested in exploring making an investment in Maine, they will reach out, of course, to Maine and Company, which is the a privately based nonprofit partner. They'll reach out to Maine International Trade Center if they're an international company. They'll reach out to DECD. They might even reach out directly to the University of Maine if they're an innovation-centric company or a company that wants to build a technology transfer agreement with UMaine at the basis of moving here. So they'll come in, and of course, they may come in, or at least come in parallel to reaching out to any one of the regional economic development or business attraction entities that we have in our state. So one of the very express goals of For Maine is to tighten down the way those groups do business with one another. So they actually have developed, and I should know this, but I can't tell you for sure if the final signatures have occurred or whether it's just nearing that point, an MOU between all those players to tighten down their understanding of how to make the warm handoffs so that if a company is exploring the opportunity in Maine, the people who need to share the right information to make the right pitch and attract the right supports are really tightly connected. We have no excuse for not being, but that is harder to pull off than it sounds, I suspect, right? And especially if they sign a non-disclosure agreement with multiple different entities, and UMaine has a non-disclosure agreement and isn't sure whether they're allowed to share it with MTI or with DECD and vice versa. So an express part is to tighten down those protocols to source even more of those interested investors. I think what we saw, not surprisingly, and I'm not saying this to diminish or demean any one firm or any one potential investor, but when you have the kind of crisis and collapse that we had in 2015, 2016, and a lot of empty sites and millions of tons of wood fiber that didn't have a market, some of the people that came were the people that wanted to come as long as they didn't have to put up any of their own money. They weren't always the best, investment partners that you wanted. And so then when some of those things don't pan out, you have to be very careful to separate the true opportunity from who the right investors are. And I guess what I would say, whether it's CLT, whether it's biofuels, whether it's other biomaterials, whether it's bioplastics, which we think is a huge opportunity. Think about it. We have Nestle right here. Their biggest, issue is how do they get the plastics out of their waste stream? So don't confuse the fact that maybe the first 2 or 3 investors weren't the right viable ones with the fact that the opportunity is real. But I think the key is we're all working together to try to attract even more of those potential investors so that we do get the ones that are well capitalized and a good fit.
Thank you. I'll take the last question.
Thank you very much.
Last question for you, and I know you're coming back, so if people have questions, we might hit you with more with these on Tuesday. But Representative Pebworth.
Okay, I hear that. I just wanted to say thank you so much to MDF for the Policy Leadership Academy. It's really a wonderful program, and I certainly have been able to take advantage of it. I always wish more legislators did, but it's a great program, and I can never say enough about MDF.
Thanks so much. And we have so much fun doing it. And our one wish is that even more of you would take advantage of it. So if any of the last 3 sessions fit your schedules, I think we have recordings of the prior sessions. Last week's on budget was awesome. And the ones in December were also really great. So please take advantage. We would consider offering a redux of something if there was enough demand. Said, look, we really want a second live learning opportunity. Could you redo something? We'd be open to try. So please use us as best you can, and hope to see you at one of these three. And if not, how else can we help?
Mr. Breen, thank you very much for coming. I'm looking forward to your presentation on the measures of growth on Tuesday. And I also am enjoying the Policy Leaders Academy. Thank you. I think we will take a break at this point, and we will come back at, let's see, it is 2:43. How about 2:55? We'll come back at 2:55. We will start 5 minutes later than what is on our agenda. And if our clerk could talk to let the next presenter know that would be great. I'd encourage you to turn your camera off and mute your mic, and we will return at 2:55.
Mr. Taro, are you going to want to screen share?
That would be great. Thank you.
That I'm going to give you some abilities here. They're on a break until 2:55.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Tower. This is Chip Curry, chair of the committee. We're going to be starting. We're a little bit off schedule. We'll be starting in 5 minutes with your presentation. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for having me.
I don't know about the Zoom thing, Chip. Whew. Lord, at least I get to be in my pajama pants. So there we go.
Going a little smoother this afternoon, so.
We're figuring it out. Welcome back, everybody. We're continuing. We're in the last portion of our meeting. It feels a bit like we are getting a fire hose of wisdom and knowledge from across the state and across the sector of workforce development and licensing and economic development. And continuing on in that vein, we have Jonathan Tower from, I have not heard the name of your organization out loud. I've only read it. So Arcturus?
That's right.
Arcturus.
It's easier
Impact
just to
Fund.
say Saddleback, but Arcturus is correct. Thank you.
Arcturus Impact Fund, and welcome to the Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. We have carved out 25 minutes for you, and if you'd like to share your screen, you're welcome to do so. And we will be getting going. So take it away. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Senator Curry, and thank you to all the senators and congressmen here. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you, and I hope that we can teach you a little bit about Arcturus and what we've been doing in Maine, and make ourselves available for any questions at the end or beyond. My goal is to talk broadly about what Arcturus does and to maybe plant some ideas for further conversation as we think about partnership models with Finance Authority of Maine, MRDA, and DECD. So just a quick background. Arcturus is an impact investment firm. That means we focus on investments in low-income census tracts with an eye towards creating quality jobs and revitalizing communities that have lost their anchor employers. We've been doing this for over 11 years. We are currently investing out of Fund 6. In recent years, we've been focused primarily on investments in opportunity zones. And we still have other funds like Fund 4, the Arcturus Impact Fund, which invests in low-income census tracts anywhere, no matter where they are, whether they are opportunity zones or just low-income census tracts. So quick background on Arcturus in general. I co-founded the firm 11 years ago. We have always had this focus of impact investing. We partner with foundations and government agencies like Finance Authority of Maine and MRDA in order to create very targeted programs which serve to bring capital to economic development projects that aren't going to come through the private investment sector, because these transactions typically don't pencil out. And they also tend to be larger than what you would see being covered by traditional government financing. So really, we are doing public-private partnerships by blending together the public, the private, and often also the philanthropic participations. We can make some really exciting things happen. So, and just by way of background, this conversation is really focused on Maine and our partnerships with Maine, but Arcturus has partnered with more than a dozen other states, cities, counties, and foundations around the country to create similar programs. We've done this in Ohio, we've done this in Michigan, Native American tribal lands, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania. So we have a lot of experience in partnering with states. State of Maine was our second very focused, targeted partnership after Michigan, and we've created similar models sort of based on the Maine and Michigan models since then. And it's been a very positive experience, certainly for Arcturus and the communities that we serve. And I hope and believe that it's been a positive experience for FAME and MRDA too. So we're going to focus today on a specific economic development project, which we recently completed in Western Maine, the reopening of Saddleback Mountain. This is a ski area. It was the largest employer in Franklin County for many years. When it shut down in 2015, it cratered the local economy. You had an outmigration of residents. You had local businesses that shut down left and right, restaurants and hotels. Real estate values plummeted. The mountain itself let go 300 jobs, but the shutting down of the mountain and the impact on the broader region and the economic activity cost about 1,000 jobs. So Arcturus was originally contacted by DECD to look at this as a potential economic development project. We had looked at other projects with DECD and FAME in the years prior. And this is the type of thing that we would look for, something to really revitalize a community, to bring together public and private and philanthropic capital, and to do something that could deliver transformative results. The mountain was not attracting buyers. There were a few very non-credible buyers that emerged, but they didn't get anywhere. The cost to buy the mountain, and then the larger cost above and beyond the purchase price, the larger cost of replacing the chairlift and renovating the lodge and hiring back 200 people and putting a business back into business that had been literally shuttered for 5 years, was too high relative to the forecasted returns that an investor might expect from this endeavor. So this was not a darling real estate project. It wasn't an attractive private equity investment. However, it was vital to the community, not just Rangeley Lakes, but also the Franklin County region. So DECD calls us, we come in, we look. It's an exciting project. It's a ski mountain. I mean, most of our projects are companies that make widgets or paper mills or industrial companies that are, the major employers in their town or their region. So this was an exciting project, but we quickly saw that no matter how low we could get the purchase price, the cost of reopening the mountain was too great. And that's where DECD, FAME, and MRDA really came in. They provided additional capital. FAME provided a loan guarantee. We were able to bring in federal funding through the New Market Tax Credit Program and state New Market Tax Credit Program. The majority of the capital is still good old-fashioned private investment capital from our fund and from our investors, who are primarily commercial banks and insurance companies. But the catalytic capital was what really came from the state of Maine. So what did we do? We bought the mountain in January. Nobody told us that there was going to be a pandemic, or that the question of whether there would even be a ski season available would be a big question mark hanging over this project. But we were able to get it done. We closed on the deal January 31st of last year. We put in a deposit right away to order a brand new $7 million detachable quad chairlift to replace the 60-year-old two-seater that had been previously in service. We brought in industry consultants, and they had already been working on this to advise on critical flows and how to price lift tickets, and where we could expect to bring in employees, and where we could expect to bring in skiers. We did $1.5 million lodge renovation, and then we reestablished the mountain ski operations, getting back, the snowmaking guns had been repossessed. The trails had 5 years of brush growth. We built a new service road. There was no cell phone service anywhere to be found. So we really rebuilt the infrastructure. And fortunately, we had a lot of help in this. The Saddleback community was absolutely committed to seeing this project's success. There were people who showed up with their old name tags from the old Saddleback Mountain who just wanted to see this be successful. So there was a ton of pattern recognition and institutional memory that really went right into making this work. So here to date, we've hired 152 employees and we expect to reach 200 total this year. That number would have been higher, but the COVID restrictions restrict us from having as many employees in the workplace as we would. The lodge itself can't have more employees, or else we can't let in customers. So there's the constant guns versus butter debate. Do we hire more people, which means fewer customers can come in the lodge, or not? But where we are right now is 152 employees. We just put up 3 outdoor large tents that can seat additional capacity outside of the lodge. They have heating, they have food. We have a Fat Tire Brewing Company shipping container that allows people to pick up a can of beer and a bowl of chili and eat outside without going into the lodge and tripping the numbers. And we would expect to grow the head count to about 250 or 300 next year for the following ski season. Going on, how did all of this happen? I mean, it's big numbers. Our purchase price was $6.5 million, which, you know, on one hand, that's probably the average home price in Vail, Colorado. But on the other hand, it's a lot of money for a company that hasn't been in business for that period of time. Total year to date, we've put in about $26 million. 17 of that came from Arcturus. In addition to that, the Finance Authority of Maine provided a $1 million loan. The MRDA provided a $1 million loan, and we have a pending $2 million loan guarantee from FAME, which will provide essentially principal protection. In addition to that, we've brought in about $4 million of philanthropic support that came from the Saddleback Mountain Foundation and the Venn Foundation in Minneapolis. We've brought in federal NMTCs and state NMTCs. So altogether, we've been able to do this. And there were lots of uh-oh moments along the way. Our efforts to get an SBA loan or federal NMTCs early on, they didn't happen. COVID really didn't help us in a lot of ways there. But we were able to cash fund the deficit ourselves. And only now, as the banking system is kind of recovering, we're on the verge of closing an SBA loan and some other small business lending facilities that will help balance out the equity and debt ratio. So we've been very fortunate to have FAME and MRDA as partners, and the loan guarantee will also support our further expansion. This is a snapshot really of the additional capital that we think is coming in. Berkshire Bank, we're working on a $5 million SBA loan. First National Bank of Damariscotta is working on a $4.2 million loan that would be secured by the lodge. Greenline Ventures is federal NMTC, CDE, and then CCML, which is a division of CEI. We're in the closing process on another state of Maine NMTC transaction. And those state transactions, they're all about $1.5 million. We put in $1.5 million, and $1.3 million goes to the project, and the $200,000 subsidy becomes basically additional equity capital that's in for the very long term for that project. So each of those is about a $200,000 state subsidy. We've done 3 of those now. And just keeping on time here, the foundation has really been laid here at Saddleback Mountain to transform what was a vicious cycle into what we believe is a virtuous cycle. Now, the mountain closure led to all sorts of problems. And I'm not just talking about, condo prices that dropped in half. That certainly hurt for people that own condos, but all the different local businesses that had been shut down. Local tax bases were dropped. 50% of school children living in the Rangeley Lakes area currently qualify for free school lunch. So there's some major systemic issues here, not to mention obesity, lack of things to do in the outdoors during the winter time. There were all sorts of problems that had happened. But we were able to really reverse those trends and put people back to work, rapidly, notwithstanding all of the challenges from the pandemic, and to open on time and actually on budget December 15th. Here to date, skier visits have been a little bit ahead of where we had forecast. Our forecasts were pre-COVID forecasts. So, given that we're doing a little bit better than we thought we would before the pandemic started, I think the mountain is doing great. There's an equally committed management team that has experience turning around ski areas and has a deep personal connection with the Rangeley Lakes region. And very importantly, we are trying to do something that's really kind of breaking the mold for the seasonal employment industries in Maine. You've got a lot of systemic challenges with people who work in winter sports, and they're employed 6 months during the year at a ski mountain, and then you've got lobstermen who work 6 months at the opposite seasons. People are not employed by a single steady employer long enough to qualify for regular health insurance or other kinds of benefits that 9-to-5ers are able to take for granted. So one of the things that we're really excited about is an idea to create what's essentially a professional staffing company. So all of our employees would be part of the staffing company. They would all be employed by the staffing company. And if you want to work at the ski mountain during the winter and you're a fly fishing guide or a lawyer or a server or whatever else in the summer, you can maintain one employer of record throughout the calendar year, keep on the same insurance, and whatever you make in the summer, being a lawyer or a server or whatever else, still gets paid through 100% dollar for dollar on your paycheck. It's just the key is that you have one employer of record throughout the year. And lastly, on the clean energy side, we recently got approval from LUPSI for a 5-megawatt solar farm. It will provide clean, renewable energy for 100% of the resort and its needs, including chairlifts and snowmaking and condos and the lodge. This is a project that will be about 40 acres of solar. It's down in the flatland, very far from the Appalachian Trail. And to our knowledge, it'll make Saddleback the first ski mountain in America that is completely carbon net neutral, meaning it creates more electricity than it takes from the grid, and in some cases will be able to contribute electricity back to the grid. So we're thrilled with LUPSI's approval on that, and we expect to start construction in a factory on that during the winter, and then actual ground installation once the ground thaws. And lastly, just some data. I mentioned earlier that the mountain is really performing ahead of schedule. Some of this is just from the great press. I mean, I think we got probably some unfair benefits from the fact that there were no positive articles about the ski industry for all of 2020. There was nothing. The only articles that were out there were talking about closure and plague and sickness and shutdowns and unemployment and canceled chairlift orders. Out of Doppelmayer's $200 million book of business last year, every single chairlift canceled except one, and that was Saddleback. That was our $7 million order. So we're thrilled to be featured in not only a lot of Maine publications, but national publications like Powder Magazine and Outside Magazine. Down East just did a great feature story on the project. But we're targeting over 70,000 skier visits for the season. Again, we're a little bit ahead in terms of skier visits. Revenues were a little bit behind, in part because the bar was only partially open, and there were all sorts of technology issues, just hinky stuff that comes with reopening a business that's been shuttered for 5 years. But all of those kinks were worked out by week 3. And the feedback has been great, and we can always hope for more snow, but luckily it's been coming in full recently. So excited to talk about Saddleback and what we did there, but I really think that the bigger conversation and the bigger opportunity might be, Arcturus is just in an interesting position because, we've created 2 public-private partnerships now with FAME, Finance Authority of Maine, that have worked out well, not only for Arcturus, but also I think for the objectives of the state of Maine. But, we've also done this in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Maryland and Washington. We've partnered with the Kresge Foundation and the R.K. Mellon Foundation and the Erie Community Foundation and all sorts of different groups to create these very targeted community development, economic development projects. Some of them are focused on creating rural jobs. Some of them are focused on racial equity and diversity. Some of them are focused on affordable housing. So really each of these are customized based on what the government economic development agencies and what the governor wants to promote in these states. So we've had a lot of experience in creating these programs, each of which are kind of bespoke for our local partners and that reflect the local objectives of not only the government, but also the community organizations and foundations. So, if anything comes out of this meeting, I'd love to have another meeting where we could really say, here's something that worked really well in Pittsburgh. And, frankly, I think you might be interested in looking deeper into that for Maine, because, we've been able to, I think over time, refine these projects and find more efficient ways to use valuable government dollars to accomplish your objectives. So with that, I think it's a great way to turn over and see if there are any questions that I can answer from the group here. So thank you again.
Mr. Tower, thank you very much. We're doing questions from the participant list, so let me see if we have any immediate questions. Any members looking to ask a question? Here we go. So you have a, as you alluded to there at the end, you have a unique perspective in that you work with other states, and so I guess I'll ask, what has worked well for working with Maine, and what has been a challenge?
Great. Well, I think when we look at what's worked well in Maine and in other places too, a big thing is how successfully do we leverage a community's competitive strengths? What makes Maine more competitive than Pittsburgh or Michigan or these other places where we've done work? And I think one is that there's an extremely strong sense of community. With 1.3 million people here, we're able to find out about opportunities. We get calls. I mean, Saddleback happened because we got a call from DECD in Augusta saying this is a project that you might want to look at. So I think Maine is a great place to make relationships, and partnership with Finance Authority of Maine goes back many years. Carlos Mello and I from FAME went to the Council of Development Finance Agencies, which is a national organization in Tampa, and we talked all about the FAME Arcturus Opportunity Zone Partnership, which is another $50 million program outside of this ski mountain. So we've been able to work with the different state agencies here in a way that I think is extremely successful. In addition to that, I think that there are amazing opportunities to invest in Maine that are maybe being ignored by the mainstream private equity or national banking market. And there are all sorts of federal government reasons that are screwing that up. But the fact is that they're there. And some of it goes into the Byzantine structure of Community Reinvestment Act. And some of it goes to the allocation of new markets tax credits or lack thereof. But these annual swings can be really hurtful to a state economy like Maine's. So I think that those are two aspects there. We've also been able to work closely with the state agencies to really, I'd call it more brainstorming. It's rarely a negotiation. It's just saying, okay, let me draw a picture on the whiteboard here. It's a problem. I need a lot of viewpoints to figure it out. And, you're not going to go to New York City and get that kind of attention or that kind of brain power. So I really like, and my team really likes working with our counterparts in Maine.
Representative Ducharme.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Senator Curry took my question because I was going to ask that exact question. What did you find worked well and so forth? I was real interested. I sat here all day knowing your presentation was towards the end. I am a retired vice president of Skowhegan Savings Bank, so I'm real familiar with. As a matter of fact, Chris Farmer is my counterpart in Franklin. Was my counterpart in Franklin County. So.
How funny.
But what you guys have done up there is just absolutely fantastic. I remember having conversations with Chris and also with Heather Johnson at the DECD about, how do we do this and what can we do? And then your group came along and I think, you hit it right on the head. You sit down with people in a room with a whiteboard and go, this is the problem. How do we fix it? And, you know, what can you bring to the table? What can you bring to the table? And I think that's a great approach to you know, to how to basically take care of a lot of the issues that we run into.
Mm-hmm.
We have all kinds of other areas that you can invest in if you're willing. So just let me know. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
While we're waiting for another question, I did want to ask, because I couldn't write fast enough. You said that there are all sorts of opportunities to invest in Maine that are being lost. And I did write down the new market tax credit that we're dealing with federal allocations as a problem with that. But you mentioned one other barrier or one other hurdle, and I don't recall what that is.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you go back to kind of banking regulations since 2008, there's been a concerted effort to increase Community Reinvestment Act investment by banks in their own home areas. And if you're if you're a Cleveland-based bank, you're going to make a lot of big investments in Cleveland, but a lot of those Cleveland-based banks are national banks with branches in 40 states and whatnot. One of the unintended consequences of the Dodd-Frank legislation in 2008 is that states like Maine or New Hampshire or Vermont or Kentucky or places that don't have big national chartered banks, they don't have the regulatory pressure on national chartered banks to put capital to work in places like Maine and elsewhere. So it's a major disadvantage if you don't have national banks in your front yard or backyard. Fortunately, state chartered banks and community banks like Skowhegan Savings, they actually have lower CRA requirements. So it's easier for them to maintain compliance with the act. And they tend to do a much better job of relationship lending in their hometowns. They just don't have as much money as a PNC or a JP Morgan or a Fifth Third. So I think when you look at the disadvantages to being a state that doesn't have nationally chartered banks in your hometown, that's a big one. And one thing that we've recommended in other areas too is when you look at the banks where the state of Maine deposits its money, city level, county level, there's a lot of money that's parked in banks at any given time. Are they being responsive to your economic development needs? Are they just meeting their basic needs, or can you say, well, look, I keep $300 million on deposit at your bank all the time. Show me what you've been doing for my low-income communities. Are you, aggressively pursuing opportunities in rural Maine or minority-owned businesses? Show us that you're actually a partner to the state or the city or the county, as opposed to just being a place that holds our money. So I think that would be a big one. I think on the new market tax credit side, CEI has unfortunately not received an allocation in recent years. And my hope is that with the CARES Act, the 3-year dry spell will hopefully end and CEI will have it. But CEI is the only CDE in the state of Maine that receives new market tax credits. So when they don't get a federal allocation, that means there's $35–50 million of capital that's not going into Maine. So thinking about how to receive more of the federal allocations is, I think, another big thing. And some of it is political. Some of it is, just kind of interplay between federal and state government, but a lot of it is just the randomness of a decision that someone in Washington, D.C. is making based on a grant application that, might or might not resonate with them. And there's so much money at stake that I think that's another thing. And then, the last idea, which is probably a much broader conversation, is a lot of states have entered into partnerships where, when you think about Finance Authority of Maine's commercial loan guarantee program, that's like State of Maine's SBA. It's a great program. It's been in effect for 30 years. It's a profit center in most cases. It's able to generate fee income, and there's very little loss exposure. What I'd say is that states that have really increased their throughput in these types of programs have allocated some of their economic development dollars to be a dedicated portion of a fund. State of Maine used federal dollars. State of Michigan used federal dollars to put a 20% cushion in a program that we invested only in Michigan companies, and they liked that. And the government money was the last money out, which is very similar to the FAME program, but it happened on a fund level basis as opposed to a deal by deal basis. FAME did a request for information 4 years ago on ideas for how to create a program like that. And that would be, I think, the number one idea that I would propose for this organization to think about. How do we create some funds that will do things that are laser focused and specific to things that Maine wants and Maine needs, but make it something that happens on a fund level basis as opposed to a deal by deal, because the friction and the costs associated with deal by deal approvals can be very hard, and it's also not a very good way to level out risk. If you just think about the difference between putting all of your eggs in one basket or having a diversified portfolio of securities, you're much better off on the fund level. So it's much more likely that a fund will have 1 or 2 losses, but the winners will make up for that. But if you have one insurance policy on this project, one insurance policy on this project, one insurance policy on this project, the legal fees, the accounting fees, and the approval process wind up being less efficient. So these are the types of things that I'd love to, it's a longer conversation, but I'd love to have a chance to talk more about that with this group.
Thank you very much. And I think we have one last question for you. We're going a little bit long, and so I appreciate those who are waiting. Representative Austin, you have the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Towers, thank you so much for this. At the last of our committee working on this issue, which is even hard to remember with this COVID challenge, I assume we must have had some update last January. But at that time, I believe the Libra Foundation may have had some interest or play in that. Have you had them as a supporting partner? Is that appropriate for me to ask?
Certainly an appropriate question. We have not had any support from the Libra Foundation. No, we haven't. And certainly we are still looking for additional philanthropic backing to do the kinds of things that regular for-profit capital can't do. I mean, we have children's ski-free programs and ski instructor and things like that. So there are absolutely critical things like that we would love for philanthropy to be able to handle. But Libra is not in. So far we have the Park Foundation, the Maine Community Foundation, and the Venn Foundation. And we actually have a foundation partner which is able to syndicate donations and grants together into the for-profit business. So everything is handled on a very efficient basis that way.
Thank you. And I hope I have not misrepresented them, but I do think there was conversation. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
There might have been. And if you see any openings there, I'd love to continue those.
I shall see what I could do.
Well, Mr. Tower, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very inspiring and exciting to see the mountain open again. In a year of very difficult news, it was a joyous story and exciting to see that development here in Maine.
We consider ourselves very fortunate to have survived all the challenges of 2020 there, and also to be partnered with the state on so many different levels. I appreciate it, and if we could also talk about broadband fiber, which we are doing in Belfast and South Portland opportunity zones right now, again in partnership with the state. So there are a lot of different things like that would love to come back in a future conversation to cover. So thank you again.
Well, I appreciate that as well, being in Belfast right now. So thank you.
You've got good speed. Thank you. Take care.
And for our last presentation, Grow Smart Maine, Ms. Smith.
Yes, I am here, and
welcome, and thank you for joining us. Were you planning on sharing your screen?
I'm not going to share screen. I did send an email to your committee clerk and asked her to forward an email to you with links about the things I'm talking about. Great. I was hoping we could be more conversational face to face. So. And I will say I showed up a little early and I got to listen to about 15 minutes and I'm thinking his name is familiar, and went through my emails. I'll follow up with him afterwards. Jonathan Tower attended a meeting that we had in 2019 about opportunity zones in Maine and did some follow up with ideas. So I love Maine. There's always connections and ways to connect our work with that of others. So I've been watching, as you all have, what's going on in Rangeley, and actually went up there to kind of scope out the town last weekend. So it's a nice way to warm up for my opportunity to talk with you all. So I can dive in if you're ready. What I'd like to do is introduce myself, Grow Smart Maine, and then two of the coalitions that we work with, the Maine Broadband Coalition. I love that he segued for me with broadband, and then the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth. To introduce myself, I'm zooming in from Monmouth, just west of Augusta. I've been with Grow Smart Maine as executive director since 2010. I came to Maine as a forester and then was a farmer for 17 years and was a legislator for 8 years, actually serving on the Business Research and Economic Development Committee, 2002 through 2010. I can see Representative Austin on my screen serving with me. I think those full 8 years. I was House Chair for 6 years in that time. Also notice that Representative Sue Bernard is on. She and I were on a conversation last week with a large group talking about potential for Presque Isle and Caribou. So it's nice to see familiar faces, even though so much changes in the legislature. So a bit of my background, and then I'm going to talk with you a bit about Grow Smart Maine. Not sure if you have heard of us before, but Grow Smart Maine is a statewide nonprofit. It began in 2003. Our mission is building lasting prosperity without sacrificing the quality of life that defines Maine. We support communities as they're managing change, is what it comes down to. In 2019, we earned a designation as Maine's Rural Development Council through the USDA Rural Development. I also describe our work as being at the intersection of economy, community, and environment. It's where farmland conservation and downtown revitalization come together. These things shouldn't be seen as competing, but as actually very interdependent, that when our farms are thriving and our downtowns are thriving, everybody wins on a lot of levels. Grow Smart Maine is probably best known for the Brookings Report, Charting Maine's Future. This was, I swear, I think the last, if not only, statewide conversation that was hosted by Grow Smart Maine on why do we all choose to live here? And there were 13 recommendations that came out of that report. In 2012, we did an update, Charting Maine's Future, Making Headway, that talks about the progress to date and shared success stories in each of those 13 recommendations and the lessons learned from that. The relevance to this community is, I think, that the quality of place is a very powerful worker, employer, entrepreneur, recruitment, and retention tool. Our work is much broader than land use, though it's based in that. But how do we encourage growth where it makes sense now and for the future? I think particularly with the pandemic over the past year, we're seeing throughout Maine, people who are moving to Maine, choosing to leave big cities. And it's because of Maine's quality of place, it's because of their family connections. And of course, one of the keys is, do they have broadband where they want to be? So again, lots of intersections there. But GrowSmart works to help communities manage change. This is a really interesting one that no one could have predicted a year ago. We do our work through advocacy, community engagement, and events. To be relevant to you today, I'm going to focus on our advocacy work. Because our mission is so broad, I work very hard to focus where we can have meaningful impact in legislation within, again, the quality of place and efforts to build lasting prosperity. We also do a lot of our work in coalitions. Having read through the 1,600 bill titles this session, our focuses are going to be on housing, land use regulation, transportation, equity, broadband, and climate action. All of these policy areas have important connections to economic development, though most of those bills won't come to this committee. There are 4 bills on housing and sustainable economic development that are in my bills that I'm tracking now as bill titles become printed, most of them looking at implementation of the Economic Recovery Committee recommendations. So I may be before you for some of those bills. One of the programs that we host is the Maine Alliance for Smart Growth. This is a network that we've brought together of people, organizations, municipalities with a proven interest in smart growth. It's about supporting economically and culturally vital downtowns and the natural areas around them, working farms and forests, open space, and waterfronts. The steering committee of this group includes AARP of Maine, CEI, the Nature Conservancy, Island Institute, Maine Downtown Center, Maine Preservation, the cities of Hallowell and Lewiston. One of our priorities within the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth, along with MEREDA, the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, is extending the sunset on Maine's historic rehab tax credit. This is going to go to the tax committee, but where you are about economic development, the email that I've sent to your clerk includes a link to the economic impact report for the rehab tax credit. I'm hoping you'll read through it. And currently, the bill to extend the sunset on the tax credit, the sponsor is Senator Nate Libby, and he's looking for co-sponsors. So if you are interested, reach out to him or reach out to me and we can connect you. The second coalition that I want to spend some time talking about with you is the Maine Broadband Coalition. And I love, again, that Jonathan Tower talked about his work bringing broadband to Maine communities. I serve on both the advisory committee that leads the coalition and the policy committee that works on advocacy. The Broadband Coalition is 1,600 strong. It's across Maine. It represents hundreds of organizations, dozens of communities, and thousands of internet users. The Broadband Coalition is a hub for information, policy support, capacity building, all towards the goal of getting high-speed internet across the state. You would have received an email from me back in December for the Broadband Coalition, congratulating you on your election, introducing you to the coalition, and talking about speed testing. The email that you'll get, hopefully from your clerk, has a link to the Broadband Coalition, and right on the homepage is a place where you can click and in 5 minutes do a speed test. How fast is your up and down speeds for broadband? Interesting for you to know, but it also is populating a map in a database so that Connect Maine knows where we need the investments for the state and what people are actually getting for usable speeds. Again, I want to make this relevant to you, and the relevance of broadband to economic development just can't be overstated. Without affordable access to fast internet, I don't know that economic development and growth would be happening, particularly, again, where we have people who can choose where to live and bring their livelihood with them. Broadband quality and the quality of place that brings them home are deciding factors on where they land. There are education and healthcare, health implications, wellness implications as well, but again, keeping focused on economic development and broadband. There's one bill that actually is sponsored by your own Representative Colomar from Pittsfield that I wanted to learn more about, implementing the recommendations of the Economic Recovery Committee regarding technology. I may be in front of you for supporting this as I learn more about the bill. Beyond the committee, one of the major focuses for the Broadband Coalition this session is a $100 million bond proposal per the recommendation of the Economic Recovery Committee. It's being sponsored by Senator Rick Bennett. We're not yet to the point of gathering co-sponsors, but I hope that you'll be paying attention and consider signing on. There is a second email coming out probably next week or maybe a week out from Amy Winston, who's with CEI, also with the Maine Broadband Coalition, to all legislators. It's going to have a few updates on what the Broadband Coalition is doing, but also we can show incredibly strong support statewide for the $15 million broadband bond that was voted on with a nearly 75% approval rating last July. Excited to be able to share that information with you. So I have a simple, brief overview for you of what we do, both as GrowSmart and within these coalitions. I've sent an email to your committee clerk and asked that she forward it to all of you with links, with one attachment that gives you more information about GrowSmart, with specific links to our website where you can learn more. I hope that you'll consider me a resource, both for legislation and for our community work. If there are communities in your district that are struggling, we have anything from printed materials that might be helpful to full-on months-long engagement that we can support them in. Brief presentation. I'm happy to take questions and really do appreciate the chance to talk with you all today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Can you tell me a little bit more about how the Broadband Coalition works with Connect Maine? I know when I speak with folks at Connect Maine, you know, the message is to regarding my, you know, places in my district that have strong, you know, big gaps in broadband access. What I'm told is they need to organize. They need to get a planning that in rural areas, a company is not going to just land and bring them broadband. They have to get organized. Are you involved in that? Are you involved in helping communities organize and go after planning grants, or how does that work in your role?
Well, the Broadband Coalition is very much organized in that. There is something they're putting together, and it's some of our partners. Mia Purcell in the Western Maine area, and then Mike Wilson, who's with the Northern Forest Center. Mia's with Community Concepts. They've put together a broadband boot camp for communities on what is broadband, how do you build that support? Because you're right, the reason that there is such engagement and the need for investment is the private sector absolutely has a role here, and where they can bring in broadband in that model, it's happening. But because Maine is rural and we don't have that density everywhere, there are gaps where we need to step in. So the Broadband Coalition, we are right now we're truly just a coalition without a formal structure, but we're here, we work with Connect Maine, since that's the state agency that oversees all of this work. And supporting communities and doing advocacy are key parts of our work. So again, it's easy, Maine Broadband Coalition, Google it and you'll find the website, and under the resources, you'll find these boot camps. I know that in my town of Monmouth, they're beginning to express interest. These things, like most things, are more powerful regionally. Litchfield, that's near me, has a broadband committee, and we're looking at growing. So while I'm not directly involved in that, others in the Broadband Coalition are, and that's exactly what we're for. How do we get you ready so that you have a successful planning grant?
So I'm hearing the regional. So if a community reaches out to me, I might want to encourage them to work with neighboring communities as well.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. With any other investments, it's that listening to Jonathan Tower talk about the bang for the buck and the investment in the efficiency. If a broadband or an internet service provider can work with a group of communities, it's more cost effective for them, better product for the people on the ground. Regional approaches just work better in most instances.
Representative Cullimore.
Hi, thank you very much for meeting with us today. I wanted to let you know that I would be happy to discuss both the bills that I have put in that have to do with technology and stuff. The specific one that you mentioned with the expanding the Economic Policy Committee's thing, I just had to send back with some revisions, and I have not received the broadband one back yet. Which actually needs to be retitled to high-speed internet so that it doesn't cancel out other high-speed internet opportunities by being labeled as broadband. So I'd be happy to discuss that with you, and you can feel free to call me anytime in the evenings is typically best.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll do that. Appreciate it.
Not a problem at all. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Smith, how are you?
Good. How are you, Sue?
I'm very good. Just recently, I'm not even sure how this came to me, so maybe the rest of the committee members would have been aware of it. But there was an announcement about Connect Kids. Are you familiar with that?
I know that it's out there. I believe it was part of the federal COVID relief. There was money in for broadband in order to get kids who can't currently do their schooling from home to move quickly. The projects needed to be shovel ready. So I know that it's in the works in Maine.
Yes.
I can find out more for you or get someone from the Broadband Coalition who's more familiar with that if you'd like.
Well, it might be helpful. I had been on a Zoom with Central Maine Medical Center's CEO and all that, and they, in their whole presentation about their preparedness, et cetera, for COVID, they had spoken about the ability of the availability of broadband. And right after that, I sent that up because they have, an outpost, I hate to call it that, but they also have Bridgeton Hospital, et cetera. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's Farmington too, but I sent that back to them so that at least those folks in leadership would have some idea that there was help for children, because I assume that will probably, as you said, it's going to be a help on their education and actually probably even to connect perhaps on meals. You know how the buses and all that, the districts had to go out.
Yeah.
And so anyway, if you have something, I mean, you probably don't need any more homework, but if you if you happen to come across something, I mean, I think those are great resources for us to share.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I will see what I can do. Thanks.
Taking a moment to make sure we don't have any other questions. Ms. Smith, I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for presenting to us and for your work on behalf of the people of Maine.
Thank you. And back at you. Thank you for the work you do. Having done it for 8 years, it's the most amazing experience I've had. And I congratulate you all and wish you well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Members, that is our last presentation for today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Let's see a hand. Have a great evening. This meeting is adjourned.